Chapter 76. A cold figure appeared in front of Tang Wulin's balcony. It was none other than Wu Zhongkong. As soon as Wu Zhongkong landed, he saw Mu Yi and frowned. "Who are you?" Mu Yi pointed at his clothes. "A chef." Wu Zhongkong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a frigid aura enveloped Mu Yi. Mu Yi smiled calmly. He didn't release his aura, allowing Wu Zhongkong's frigid aura to envelop him. However, he didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Wu Zhongkong's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, Tang Wulin hurriedly stopped him. "Teacher Wu, please don't attack. He's also my teacher." Wu Zhongkong paused for a moment before withdrawing his aura. At this time, above the sea outside, another huge water column rushed towards the ship. In the air, a red-haired old man snorted. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the pillar of water. He thrust his right hand forward, and a ball of red light collided with the pillar of water. The pillar of water dissipated, and the red-haired old man was sent flying back with a groan. At the same time, a terrifying thought emerged from the depths of the sea. "Humans, you've trespassed on our territory and killed my clansmen. Hand over the culprit, or I'll bury you all here." This wasn't a voice, but a spiritual thought. Even so, everyone within the ship's protective barrier could hear it clearly. A huge silhouette slowly emerged from the water. Its silvery white back was like a small island. Its huge shark fins stood up like blades, emitting a sharp chill. Not far from it, an even larger dark purple figure appeared. From the looks of it, it was at least a few hundred meters long. As soon as the two of them appeared, a powerful aura burst forth. More terrifying existences began to emerge from the sea. Most of them were great white demon sharks and deep-sea demon whales. Combined, there were at least 1,000 of them. Their terrifying aura permeated the sea, filling the air with an oppressive pressure. Elder Kai growled, "We're just passing by. We haven't killed your clansmen. If you don't get out of our way, don't blame us for being ruthless. Do you think you can stop us with just 200,000-year soul beasts? Humans have never lacked a 100,000-year soul ring." As soon as he said that, the auras of the great white devil shark king and the deep-sea monster whale king became restless. The smell of gunpowder was heavy on both sides. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin was still lying there and drinking his juice. He had no intention of making a move. However, he kept looking in a certain direction on the surface of the sea. There were 4 familiar auras. Roar! A deep roar rang out, followed by another thick pillar of water that shot straight at Elder Kai in the air. Elder Kai coldly snorted and pointed her right hand at the sky. A strange scene appeared. The entire sky darkened in an instant. A silver moon flashed in the void, and a silver-white light descended from the sky. It collided with the huge water pillar, and a violent boom rang out. The water column collapsed, and the silver moon remained motionless in the sky. Elder Kai's body also began to emit a terrifying aura that was as deep as the abyss. Not to mention the soul beasts in the deep sea, even the human powerhouses floating in the air couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Super Dolu. Elder Kai's aura was clearly on the level of Super Dolu. Furthermore, she hadn't even used her battle armor. Soul rings appeared around Elder Kai's body. 3 purple, 3 black, and 3 red. 9 soul rings flickered. The originally clear sky began to darken, and the silver moon became even more dazzling. Elder Kai floated in the air, naturally becoming the center of heaven and earth. The Xingluo continent's diplomatic mission couldn't help but be shocked. Was this the strength of a powerhouse from Dolua's Shrek Academy? The Shrek Academy was truly worthy of being called the gathering place of the continent's strongest. The deep-sea monster whale king and the great white devil shark king were silent in the face of Elder Kai's power. But in the next moment, the purple sea gradually turned a deep purple. Elder Kai's eyes narrowed. She took a step forward and appeared above the deep-sea monster whale king and the great white devil shark king. Under the illumination of the silver moon, sparkling and translucent silver dots appeared on her body. Elder Kai's battle armor was extremely beautiful. Arcs of dazzling silver light blossomed from her body, transforming into arcs of silver light that merged into her body. Her battle armor didn't appear to be very heavy, but each piece of it was covered in beautiful patterns. A pair of giant silver wings spread open on her back, and when a silver crown-like headband fell from her head, Elder Kai suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Her originally silver hair turned black, and her sagging face tightened. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. Deep Sea, she's close to rank 99 after donning her battle armor? Little 8, you go. The pale-haired woman said. Leave it to me, big sister. The octopus with a human body rushed out of the sea. I'll give you one more chance. Retreat now. Elder Kai shouted. Don't think you've won. Humans. This is just the beginning. This time, the voice came from a mouth. A figure rushed out of the water. Elder Kai's expression changed for the first time, and her eyes became serious. Tang Wulin's eyes glowed purple. Only with the help of his purple demon eyes could he see the figure in the distance. It was a humanoid figure, but only his upper body was human. His lower body was made up of 12 octopus legs. He floated in the air, and his aura surged toward Elder Kai to suppress her. A great beast? Mu Yi blurted out in shock. Tang Wuling, who had been leisurely this entire time, raised his sunglasses slightly and opened one eye to look at the octopus man. Little 8, he muttered. Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in charge of the sea? This isn't his territory anymore. Why did he come to the East Sea from the Northern Sea? Can't you use your battle armor? Without it, you're no match for me. The octopus man sneered. Trying to provoke me won't work, Elder Kai said. The octopus man pursed his lips. In the next moment, he began to transform into his original form. His body began to enlarge. In just a short while, he had transformed into a gigantic octopus with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. As he waved his tentacles, the sea instantly became violent. When Elder Kai cut off 2 of the octopus's tentacles, she realized that the octopus had grown new tentacles. Octopuses have strong regenerative abilities. Do you think this will work? Die, human. He swung his tentacles at her. Tang Wulin and the others knew they couldn't fight in the air, but they could fight these 100,000-year sea soul beasts. Compared to them, the Xingluo Academy students were cowering in fear. They could only watch as their teachers fought. Only a few students rushed out to join the battle. As for Tang Wulin and the others, they fought with all their might. Compared to them, they instantly felt that they were too inferior. Then, the camera turned to the leisurely Tang Wulin Byakuya. Tang Wulin took off his sunglasses and suddenly said. Byakuya finally walked out from the shadows. Senior disciple brother, go and participate in the battle, Tang Wuling urged. Senior, are you asking me to kill my own kind? I can't do it, she said hesitantly. You're a land soul beast and they're sea soul beasts. How are they your kind? You're unique. Also, what are you thinking? I'm only asking you to fight. It's up to you whether you want to kill the sea soul beasts or not. Remember, you're a greedy wolf. No one is your kind. You're the one and only greedy wolf, Tang Wulin said indifferently as he drank another glass of fruit juice. Byakuya was stunned. Then, she looked at the humans fighting with the sea soul beasts and slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she opened her eyes again. Her eyes had become wolf eyes. She didn't know why, but sharp white wolf ears suddenly grew out of her head. Those ears looked very cute. Some white wolf fur grew out of her cheeks, and a white wolf tail grew out of her back. A third eye opened in the center of her forehead. She stretched out her hands, and 10 silver claws appeared instantly. 7 soul rings appeared. 5 black and 2 red. Awo! She howled into the sky. Her howl attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked when they saw her terrifying soul ring combination. Her eyes were bloodshot. Since Senior has said so, then the greedy wolf Ginseng will go. Everyone was shocked by Byakuya's soul ring combination. But the most shocking thing was her age. She looked like she was only 12 years old. What kind of monster was she? Tang Wulin, Elder Kai, and Wu Zhongkong were all shocked. Tang Wulin and Wu Zhongkong didn't know that Byakuya was so strong. Elder Kai was different. She knew that Byakuya was recommended by Tang Wulin. She didn't expect the person recommended by Tang Wulin to be so strong. Byakuya's third eye suddenly lit up. She frowned. Then, her second soul ring lit up. In the next moment, Byakuya disappeared into thin air. Boom! It was also at this moment that 3 10,000-year great white demon soul sharks rushed out of the sea and attacked the defenseless Su Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan! Yu Zhengyu cried out in horror and stood in front of her. Oh no! Tang Wulin, Gu Yu, Yi Xinglan, Xie Sun, and Yuan and Yehue turned around and saw her in danger. But it was too late for them to rush back. At this moment time seemed to slow down. Idiot, why are you standing in front of me? Su Xiaoyan stared blankly at Yu Zhengyu. I won't let you get hurt, Yu Zhengyu said without turning around. Su Xiaoyan froze and hugged him. If you die, I'll accompany you. Yu Zhengyu smiled happily. Awo! It was also at this moment that the 3 10,000-year soul beasts died mysteriously. 3 10,000-year soul rings slowly emerged from their corpses, but there were only 5 claw marks on their corpses. Yu Zhengyu and Su Xiaoyan were stunned. They thought they were dead for sure. In the next moment, 3 10,000-year sea soul beasts emerged from the sea. Another wolf howl. Poof! The 3 10,000-year sea soul beasts were turned into pieces of flesh. Just like the previous 3, only 5 claw marks were left on their corpses. But strangely, no one saw anyone attack. So we're fine? Su Xiaoyan asked. Yu Zhengyu pinched her. What are you doing? Why did you pinch me? Su Xiaoyan said angrily. Are you in pain? Then you're not dreaming. Yu Zhengyu said. Are you dreaming? Pinch yourself. Su Xiaoyan said angrily. I'm afraid of pain. Yu Zhengyu said shamelessly. As the two bickered, Byakuya slowly appeared in front of them. Her hands were covered in blood. Clearly, it was the blood of the sea soul beast. Did she do it? Everyone gasped. Byakuya? Did you do it? Su Xiaoyan asked in shock. Byakuya nodded slowly. Thank you. Yu Zhengyu and Su Xiaoyan said at the same time. What did you call me for? Xie Sun asked. Go away. We're thanking Byakuya. When Byakuya appeared, the 200,000-year great white demon sharks and 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king that were fighting the 4-titled Doluo, as well as Little 8, who was fighting Elder Kai, all turned to look at Byakuya with surprise. Deep sea, 100,000-year soul beast in this era? She's got guts, but she's already at the soul formation stage. If that's the case, she's no different from a human, the white-haired woman said in surprise. Indeed. In this era, not a single soul beast dares to choose to transform, the mermaid said. She added, furthermore, this young girl is definitely not an ordinary soul beast. She actually gives me a sense of fear. Then what should we do with her? The blue-haired girl suddenly asked. Since we're all soul beasts, let her go, the white-haired woman said. A thought spread out and everyone heard it. Why are you helping the humans? This voice clearly belonged to one of the great white demon soul sharks. Everyone was confused. Was it talking to Byakuya? I'm not helping a human. I'm just protecting my friend. I don't care if you kill others, but don't you dare touch my friend. Byakuya's claws glowed with a scarlet light. You're a soul beast in human form, yet you're protecting a human. Is it worth it? Little 8 suddenly asked. Everyone turned to look at Byakuya with incredulity. Byakuya, you. Tang Wulin and the others subconsciously took a step back. Behind Byakuya, Yu Zhengyu and Su Xiaoyan were also shocked. Aside from Gu Yu, everyone else was in disbelief. Wu Zhongkong frowned. Wu Zhongkong furrowed his brows, obviously finding it hard to believe. Elder Kai was even more shocked. That person actually recommended a soul beast in human form? After a moment of disbelief, several greedy gazes appeared. That was a soul beast in human form. It had to be 100,000-year soul beast. Once a soul beast took human form, its strength would be greatly reduced. However, killing it would still yield soul rings and soul bones. After hearing Byakuya's suggestion, the titled Doloa, Contra, and other wedding gowns were tempted. Although the titled Doloa couldn't fuse with soul rings, they still lacked soul bones. Now that there was a living soul beast in human form, how could they not be tempted? Byakuya was already aware of these bastards' intentions, but she still snorted disdainfully at them. Look, they're looking at you like you're a treasure. They're even looking at you like you're a freak. Is someone like that worth protecting? Little Eight said. Byakuya looked at the people around her. Them? They're not worth it, but… Byakuya pointed at Yu Zhengyu, Su Xiaoyan, and Tang Wulin. They're worth it. You'll regret your decision one day. Little Eight said coldly. Then he added, Do you know who killed the group of great white demon sharks? If you tell us, we'll consider letting you go. At that moment, a calm voice cut through the air. The culprit is right here. What can you do to me? Elder Kai's eyebrows twitched. Silver light flashed behind her, and her battle armor shone brightly. She was surprised to find that she hadn't even noticed this person's presence when they spoke. There was a flash of light, and another person appeared beside Elder Kai. He wore a white chef's hat and a white chef's uniform. He looked like an ordinary chef. His hands were clasped behind his back, and a dark golden light surrounded him. His soul rings were 5 black and 4 red, and his aura was terrifying. The intimidating aura emanating from his body caused even Elder Kai's eyes to narrow. Even Little Eight was intimidated. Deep sea crap? That's the aura of a limit Dolu. Little Eight is in danger. The white-haired woman said. Let's go. We have to help Little Eight. Li Jing's mermaid tail began to morph into human legs. The three nodded and disappeared into the sea. I don't need soul rings or soul bones. Since you're not strong enough, you can scram. If you want revenge, you should find someone stronger. Mu Ye's disdainful voice shook the heavens. Little Eight's brows furrowed, but in the next moment they relaxed. Ha 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 ha. You want someone stronger? They're already here. You're finished. Not only did you anger Sha Xiaobai, but you also angered those two. You're going to die here. Little Eight laughed. Tang Wuling, who had been sipping on her fruit juice this entire time, finally put down her glass of juice. Everyone was here, so it seemed that the time for leisure was over. After that, he slowly disappeared without anyone noticing. Mu Yi and Elder Kai seemed to have sensed something. Their eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, the sea parted not far from the cruise ship. Yes, it parted. From within, 3 figures soared into the sky. A white-haired woman, a blue-haired mermaid, and a pale blue-haired girl. Her eyes were empty and emotionless. They are all 600,000-year savage beasts? Mu Yi exclaimed. His words shocked everyone on the cruise ship. 3 600,000-year savage beasts? Isn't that equivalent to 3 limit Doluas? In addition, there's an octopus of unknown cultivation. How are they going to fight back? You're the one? The one who killed my people? The white-haired woman looked at Mu Yi indifferently. That's right. May I ask who you are? Mu Yi asked with a frown. Since you're already dead, I'll tell you. I'm the king of the great white demon shark clan, Sha Xiaobai, a 600,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 4th in the Eastern Ocean. Sha Xiaobai said indifferently. I'm the current princess of the Sea of the Mermaid clan, Li Jing, a 700,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 3rd in the Eastern Ocean. The blue-haired woman, Li Jing, said. The king of the deep-sea demon whale kings, Jing 600,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 5th in the Eastern Ocean. The pale blue-haired girl said emotionlessly. Finally, there's your incomparably handsome grandpa Little 8. The strongest octopus king of the octopus clan, a 400,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 7th in the Northern Ocean. Little 8 said narcissistically. I know you want to ask why they're so old. Sha Xiaobai, those who've watched the first movie know that she was blessed by Poseidon. Later on, she was blessed by both Tang San and Tang Yu. Her age soared in 2 years. Li Jing was originally a 100,000-year savage beast, while her mother was a 600,000-year savage beast. However, her mother knew that she wouldn't be able to survive the 7th tribulation, so she passed on her life essence to Li Jing, causing her age to soar to 600,000-year savage beast. The one called Jing was the one who carried Yuhao and the others to the forsaken land of the gods. She was blessed by Yuhao, and the fact that the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation could constantly devour other sea soul beasts. She also soared in power very quickly. As for Little 8, Yuhao once fought him 10,000 years ago, and he lost miserably. However, Yuhao also gave him an opportunity, which was that his age and cultivation would increase exponentially in the next 10,000 years. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing this. The first 3 were all 600,000-year savage beast? And that octopus was 400,000-year savage beast? Everyone fell into despair. How could they not? They had 3 limit Dolua level soul beasts and a rank 98 soul beast. How were they supposed to fight them? What do you mean by the East Ocean Dire Beast ranking and the North Ocean Dire Beast ranking? Could there be creatures stronger than all of you? Mu Yi asked in shock. Sha Xiaobai seemed to have some patience. She said, That's right. There are indeed creatures stronger than us. The 13 Dolua seas are divided into 5 oceans, which are the Eastern Ocean, the Western Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Northern Ocean, and the most mysterious Middle Ocean. Those of us who are 200,000-year savage beasts will form a savage beast ranking. There are only 10 of them, and each ocean will have its own savage beast ranking. I am one of the savage beasts of the Eastern Ocean, Sha Xiaobai, who is ranked 4th in the Eastern Ocean. However, these savage beasts only appear frequently, and it's hard to say for the other unknown sea soul beasts. Who knows if there are other beasts hidden in the deep sea? Xiaobai, why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Just attack them. Little 8 said. Sha Xiaobai was silent for a while. She looked at Li Jing and Jing and both of them nodded at the same time. Humans, since you're the ones who hurt my people first, are you prepared to face the wrath of the ocean? After Sha Xiaobai finished speaking, she was surrounded by seawater. She fell into the water and transformed into her original form, a huge shark that was over 50 meters long. Li Jing's legs started to fuse together, and she turned into a fishtail. The scales at the end of her fishtail were golden. After Jing fell into the water, the entire sea started to churn. Finally, a huge whale's back was revealed. It was many times bigger than the 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king that participated in the battle. Little 8 was still a 1,000-meter-long octopus. Jing whale tail slapped the surface of the sea. Woo-woo, an ear-piercing cry could be heard. Sha Xiaobai copied her actions and slapped the surface of the sea with its tail. Little 8 used its 8 tentacles to slap the surface of the sea, and Li Jing's hands were like the moon. In the middle of her hands, a blue ball of light suddenly appeared. Heart of the ocean, humans have invaded our territory and massacred our people. Please punish these invaders. The blue ball of light radiated in all directions. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Huge waves started to form on the surface of the sea. It wasn't just one wave, but a total of 10 waves. The first wave was 50 meters tall, the second wave was 100 meters tall, the third wave was 200 meters, the fourth wave was 300 meters, the fifth wave was 400 meters, the sixth wave was 500 meters, the seventh wave was 600 meters, the eighth wave was 700 meters, and the 9th wave was 800 meters. You must think that the 10th wave was 900 meters, right? Wrong, it was actually 1,000 meters. Alright, it was just to make up the numbers. Everyone felt that they were helpless in front of the 10-layered wave. Humans, this is the wrath of nature. Because of your continuous exploitation of resources, you have exceeded the limits of nature, causing the ecology of 13 Doloa to be destroyed. Soul beasts are on the verge of extinction, trees are constantly being cut down, and nature has begun to take revenge. Typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and glaciers are melting, causing the sea level to rise. This is all because of you. Now you have finally tasted the consequences of your actions. Li Jing's voice resounded in everyone's minds. The 10 tsunamis carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the cruise ship. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Of course, there were also some who were very calm. Tang Wulin had always maintained his calm. To him, death was something he had lost count of how many times. When he first broke the seal on the Golden Dragon King, he had already lingered between life and death many times. Gu Yu's expression was even more calm as she looked at the tsunamis. If she wanted to, she could stop these tsunamis right now. However, she had no intention of doing so. That would expose her strength. At this moment, she felt someone pulling her hand. She turned around and saw that it was Tang Wulin. Gu Yu, go behind me, Tang Wulin said. Gu Yu's face was blank. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. She obediently walked behind him. I can't let you block this terrifying pressure in front of me. Tang Wulin shielded Gu Yu behind him. Gu Yu's body trembled. She bit her lips. In the next moment, she slowly hugged him from behind. Their soul power began to fuse. I can't watch you block this pressure for me either. Let's do it together. Gu Yu said softly. Tang Wulin smiled. It was a very sweet smile. Xie Sun was about to pull Yuan and Yehui behind him, but Yuan and Yehui was faster. She pulled Xie Sun behind her. You're so weak. Let me protect you. Xie Sun clenched his fists. Then, he stubbornly walked in front of Yuan and Yehui. As a man, how can you hide behind a woman? You're my wife. I can't let you block my way. Yuan and Yehui was stunned. You idiot. Xiaoyan, hide behind me, Yu Zhengyu said to Su Xiaoyan. She stubbornly shook her head and gently pulled on his hand. I'll face it with you. Su Lizzie stood in front of Yi Xinglan, eating his sturdy crystal dumplings. Lizzie, what are you doing? Yi Xinglan asked. Even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach. Besides, I'm going to stand in front of you. Big Sis Xinglan has always protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Lizzie, you. The corners of Yi Xinglan's eyes grew wet. She snatched one of his sturdy crystal dumplings and ate it. You idiot. You don't even know any combat skills. What are you trying to show off for? But thank you. Byakuya's expression was calm. No one had noticed Tang Wulin's disappearance, but she had. She believed in him. She believed that he could save the day. Mu Yi, Elder Kai, and Wu Zhongkong were unperturbed. They couldn't stop the tsunami, but that didn't mean no one on the ship could. Foolish humans. If you want to blame someone, blame your own greed. Not only did you kill our people, you even polluted the sea. This is the vengeance you deserve. Little 8 said angrily. As the tsunami drew closer and closer, everyone sank into despair. How could they resist? There was no way to resist. The difference in strength between 3 peak level 99 Doloa and a level 98 Super Doloa was too great. However, when the tsunami was only 10 meters away from the cruise ship, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped sharply. In just an instant, the 10 huge tsunamis were instantly frozen. Not only were the tsunamis frozen, but the surrounding sea was also quickly frozen. In the blink of an eye, with the cruise ship as the center, the surrounding sea had become a world of ice and snow. Boom! Sha Xiaobai, Li Jing, and Little 8 rushed out of the frozen sea at the same time. Everyone noticed that their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. "There's a human expert?" Little 8 said in shock. Sha Xiaobai nodded with a frown. "And it's not an ordinary human expert. It's a demigod. And not just any ordinary demigod." She had only felt this kind of aura from the number 1 beast in East Asia. Moreover, an expert who could freeze 10 tsunamis and 10,000 li of the sea was definitely more terrifying than the number 1 beast in East Asia. Demigod! Little 8 was shocked, and so were the other aquatic soul beasts. Li Jing furrowed her brows. She seemed to have felt this type of extreme cold energy before. Jing on the other hand, pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with shock and excitement. The aquatic soul beast army was a little afraid. A demigod was more powerful than a peak-level Dolu. Although a demigod was still within the range of a peak-level Doluo, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Normally, if one wanted to challenge a demigod, one would need at least 3 peak-level Doluo to have a chance of winning. Furthermore, it was only a possibility. Now, a demigod human had appeared, and the situation was reversed. The humans were in an uproar. They were not dead. So this was how it felt to return from despair to hope. Speaking of which, none of them knew that a demigod was on the ship or just passing by. They didn't even know who the 4 titled Dolo were. Right now, they were all guessing who this demigod was. This was because there were very few demigods in the human world on the continent of Doloa. Where did this demigod come from? However, they only knew that this demigod was on their side. "May I know which almighty human is passing by? Can you come out and meet me?" Sha Xiaobai asked very carefully. "He has been here for a long time." Jing raised her head and said, trembling. The other 3 suddenly froze and quickly raised their heads. The human side also quickly raised their heads. In the next moment, everyone's pupils shrank and they all sucked in a breath of air. In the sky, there was a gigantic ice-blue dragon. The ice-blue dragon was more than 10,000 feet long, and its 2 huge dragon eyes looked like stars. Around it, cold air was constantly emitting, and snowflakes were slowly falling. "Is this a martial soul true body?" One of the humans, a titled Doluo, said in shock. "How is that possible? How can a martial soul true body be so huge?" One of the titled Doluo said in disbelief. "Speaking of which, this martial soul seems to be." Another titled Doluo was so shocked that he couldn't say the name of the martial soul. "Frost Dragon King?" Sha Xiaobai suddenly said in shock. Both the humans and the aquatic spirit beasts were shocked. They all knew about the Frost Dragon King because the owner of this martial soul was the first pagoda tower master who created the spirit soul and the pagoda 10,000 years ago. It was the martial soul of the legendary Lingbing Doluo, Hui Yuhao. After the Frost Dragon King martial soul appeared once, it never appeared again. After that, the Frost Dragon martial soul appeared, but it was very difficult for it to evolve into the legendary Frost Dragon King martial soul. Everyone saw the Frost Dragon King as a symbol, and that was the descent of Spirit Ice. The descent of Spirit Ice is Lingbing Doluo. Lingbing Doluo has appeared. Lingbing Doluo has saved us. One of the titled Doluo shouted excitedly. He even knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. What was shocking was that he wasn't the only one who knelt down. Everyone on Xingluo's side knelt down as well. Yes, in the eyes of the Xingluo people, Lingbing Doluo was an existence above everything else. It was obvious that they were all Lingbing Doluo's fans. Damn it, this aura, it's really Lingbing Doluo, Little 8 said in a trembling voice. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Compared to him, the other 3 had different emotions. Sha Xiaobai had a very respectful look, Li Jing had a nostalgic look, and Jing Er's originally ethereal eyes were filled with excitement, gratitude, worship, and even a trace of adoration. When the humans saw that the 4 ferocious beasts had stopped moving, they were even more in awe. Lingbing Doluo lived up to his name. Just his aura alone was enough to intimidate the four ferocious beasts. Tang Wulin looked at the Ice Dragon King in the sky. He suddenly felt that his Golden Dragon King bloodline was being suppressed. He was shocked. His bloodline had never been suppressed by any other dragon's bloodline before. But the Ice Dragon King in the sky was able to suppress him with just a trace of his bloodline aura. How powerful was he? Could he really be Lingbing Dolua? If this was the spirit Ice Dolua, then everything would make sense. His Golden Dragon King bloodline was actually superior to all of the 9 Dragon Monarchs' bloodlines, and under normal circumstances, he would be able to suppress all Dragon-type soul beasts. However, if the disparity in power was too great, then he would be suppressed by his opponent, and that was exactly what was happening right now. This Ice Dragon King is too powerful. Tang Wulin's eyes shone with admiration and yearning. When can I become as strong as him? He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Xiesun, Yuan and Yehue, Yu Zhengyu, Su Xiaoyan, Yi Xinglan, and Su Lizzie all had the same thought. Guyu looked up at the Ice Dragon King. I knew you'd make a move. Byakuya's eyes shone with admiration and adoration. As expected of Senior, Elder Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior is finally making a move. Mu Yi put away his forward battle armor. Why did Senior's cultivation drop from god to demigod? What happened in the divine realm? Under the immense pressure, almost everyone was unable to move. Impossible. Why? Why is he back? Shouldn't he be in the divine realm? How can he be in the lower realms? Little 8 exclaimed. He's back. He's actually back. Sha Xiaobai's eyes shone with respect. If he's back, does that mean Lia's back too? Li Jing murmured. Jing didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. They were filled with admiration, respect, and adoration. High up in the sky, the Ice Dragon King began to shrink. Blue light enveloped him, and his silhouette gradually took on the shape of a human. A masked youth with long blue hair appeared in front of everyone. He wore a neat blue robe, and his transcendent aura attracted everyone's attention. Is this the current Dolua continent? The youth surveyed his surroundings indifferently as he released his powerful spiritual power to investigate. Everyone gasped when they sensed his terrifying spiritual power. It really is him. His words revealed his identity. Greetings, Lingbing Dolua. Everyone in the Xingluo continent, as well as some of Yuhao's die-hard fans, knelt down and worshipped the youth in the sky. Tang Wulin and the others were stupefied. One had to know that there were many powerful and influential soul masters among those kneeling down. But now they were all bowing down to the youth in the air. Was this the legendary peerless expert of legends? Guyu was puzzled. What was he doing? Why did he turn into what he looked like 10,000 years ago? It was fine if he turned into 10,000 years ago, but why was he wearing a mask? Did he not want people to recognize him? The problem was, it was useless even if he wore a mask. They had already recognized him. The young man in the sky was also shocked by the sudden worship. He shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he was still recognized. Why? I was wearing a mask. Why did they recognize me? Alright, our light rain how might have underestimated his popularity. All the aquatic spirit beasts retreated when they saw the youth. They didn't even listen to the commands of the 4 great savage beasts. My father! Godfather! My father! Why did you come back? Little 8 cried out in fear. Welcome back. Li Jing and Sha Xiaobai said with respect. As for Jing she covered her red face and hid behind Sha Xiaobai. As for the humans, what was going on? The 4 great savage beasts who were clamoring to kill them. Could it be that they knew each other? Would you believe that the God realm gave me a month's leave? Yuhao, Tang Wulin said indifferently. Who would believe that? Why would the God realm give you a break for no reason? Aren't gods unable to descend? There are only 2 possibilities for you to descend. First, you were banished to descend. But with your strength, Who in the god realm would dare to banish you? Second, something happened in the god realm. And it's a huge matter. Little 8 said. Little 8, I have to say that you are much smarter than before. Yuhao smiled and slowly took off the mask on his face. In the next moment, everyone was in an uproar. They imagined that the Yuhao would be a very dignified and handsome young man. Although there were many statues of Yuhao in the entire Doloa continent, they were all statues of him when he was young. There wasn't a single statue of him when he grew up. It was said that Yuhao couldn't grow up. But this was only a legend. So, until now, no one knew how the grown-up Yuhao looked like. Those later generations thought that the sculptor purposely didn't sculpt how Yuhao would look like when he grew up. You can't blame the sculptor. You can only blame Yuhao for not growing up. But when the real Yuhao appeared in front of everyone, they finally moved. Turned out that he was really like what the legends said. He really couldn't grow up. The one who appeared in front of everyone was actually a 16-year-old blue-haired youth with a peerless beauty that could topple the world. Everyone was stunned. Tang Wulin and the rest were also stunned. Indeed, the real person was hundreds of times better looking than the statue. Tang Wulin even felt that this was the only appearance he had ever seen that could compare to his brother. I won't talk too much. You want to find the murderer of your people? Listen to me. Give me some face and let that murderer go. Yuhao said indifferently. Of course, you can choose not to give me face. But, when that time comes, I don't know what I will do. Of course, we will announce our retreat now. But Senior, can you talk with us about old times? Sha Xiaobai said. No, I will visit each and every one of you when I have the time. You can go back. Yuhao said. Yes. Sha Xiaobai replied. Then, she was the first to lead her people and leave. Li Jing looked at Yuhao and wanted to say something. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, your sister is very good. Yuhao said. Li Jing was stunned for a moment. Then, she bowed deeply to Yuhao and left alone. Little 8 was stunned for a long time without saying anything. You shouldn't be a god now, right? He asked. Even if I'm not a god, I'll still torture you. Yuhao said calmly. Little 8 curled his lips and left with his people. Jing'er looked at Yuhao for a long time. She slowly came to Yuhao's side and hugged him gently. Then, she led her people and left. Everyone was stunned. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts could become like this? It was indeed the Lingbing Doluo. According to historical records, the Lingbing Doluo was adopted by a spirit beast when it was young. It had a natural affinity with spirit beasts. It seemed that it was not a lie. This was also one of the reasons why the Lingbing Doluo created Pagoda. The last spirit beast seemed to like the Lingbing Doluo very much. Yuhao turned to look at everyone on the ship. Greetings, Lingbing Doluo. Many people knelt on the ground. Get up. You are not to mention today's matter to anyone. Yuhao said. Yes, Lingbing Doluo. Everyone replied. Yuhao looked at Tang Wulin again. Then, he quickly disappeared. Tang Wulin was stunned. Was it an illusion? Lingbing Doluo looked at him just now. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I actually got to see a legendary expert this time. Lord Lingbing Doluo is so strong. He didn't even make a move and forced the 4 spirit beasts to retreat. Lord Lingbing Doluo is so powerful. I used to believe in Poseidon Tang-san, but today I have decided to change my faith. I believe in Lord Lingbing Doluo. To be able to see the real Lord Lingbing Doluo, this old man can die without regrets. Lord Lingbing Doluo is so beautiful. She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Lord Lingbing Doluo, I love you. I want to give birth to Lord Lingbing Doluo's children. Get lost. Do you think Lord Lingbing Doluo will fancy someone like you? So what if he doesn't fancy me? At least I dare to say it out loud. Do you dare? There were many similar voices. Tang Wulin and the others finally recovered. This is the charm of a peerless expert. In the dark, Yuhao's long blue hair slowly turned white. Even his appearance was beginning to change. He was still as beautiful as before, but this time, his appearance was gentler than before. I played myself. It was very successful. Shadow God, you owe me an award. He tidied his clothes and went back. Chapter 77. It's true. Brother, we saw the legendary hero. He saved everyone on the ship. He's super cool. He chased away 4 dire beasts with just a few words. He's really amazing. Tang Wulin said excitedly to Tang Wulin, who was eating. Yes. Tang Wulin was sweating profusely. By the way, where were you at the time, big brother? I was in my own room, and I was sleeping like a log, Tang Wulin said in a perfunctory manner. No wonder I didn't see you, brother. Otherwise, you would have seen the legendary hero too. Tang Wulin's eyes were full of admiration and yearning. Hero? He never thought of himself as a hero. Tang Wulin whispered. Brother, what did you just say? Tang Wulin didn't hear clearly. He never thought of himself as a hero. What hero? That's what the future generations called him. He only did what he should do. Tang Wulin finished his breakfast and slowly left the dining room. Big brother. Tang Wulin watched Tang Wulin disappear from his sight with a puzzled expression. I feel like your brother doesn't like Lingbing Doluo, Yi Xinglan said. How is that possible? He's a legendary hero. Many people in Doluo want to see his true face. How can there be someone who doesn't like him? Xie Sun said. Otherwise, he's already seen him? And no less than 100 times? Everyone guessed. Tang Wulin went to his room and stood in front of the mirror to look at himself. Hero? How ironic. Tang Wulin said lightly. That's the title you deserve. Don't forget, you saved the entire continent. His reflection in the mirror suddenly said to him. Tang Wulin said to the mirror, I really hate those people who flatter me. They praise me as if I'm more godly than a god. I'm almost a religion. Isn't it good for people to believe in you? He asked in the mirror. It is precisely because of faith that God becomes stronger and stronger. The power of faith is the source of a god's strength. Without the power of faith, a god will disappear forever. You should know this. They believe in me to the point of madness. There are even people who commit suicide just to see me. Is this kind of belief really good? Is that true? Tang Wulin asked. I have to say, those people's brains might really be abnormal. He said in the mirror. Tang Wulin suddenly froze for a moment, then said faintly, It seems that I have to deal with some trash. How dare they touch my people? On the surface of the sea outside the cruise ship, Byakuya was surrounded by more than 20 soul masters, and none of them had 6-ringed soul emperors. They were all 7-ringed soul sages. The ones leading them were 3 8-ringed soul dolu. Give up resisting. You're no match for so many of us. Furthermore, we have battle armors. Tell me, why did a soul beast like you come to the human world? A Contra said. However, Byakuya could see that there was a trace of greed in their eyes that couldn't be concealed. Soul beasts are really easy to deceive. How naive. You fell into our trap so easily. Another Contra said. Ha. 100,000-year soul ring and a soul bone. We've struck it rich. Their greed destroyed their last bit of rationality. You're the naive ones. Did you really think I was deceived? I came here on purpose. Now that I know what you want, you can all die. Byakuya was stunned as soon as she stretched out her wolf claws. This was because she couldn't sense their life force. In the next moment, their heads and corpses fell neatly into the sea. The smell of blood attracted a group of sharks. Byakuya was stunned. Byakuya, didn't I say that you should just kill these people and throw them into the sea to feed the fish? A young man's voice sounded. Tang Wulin appeared in front of her. Senior! Byakuya screamed. Then, she rushed over excitedly and hugged Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin didn't push her away. Are you okay? Tang Wulin asked. I'm fine, Senior, she said with a smile. Then, she looked at the corpses in the sea that were being eaten by the sharks. These people. Even death can't wipe out their crimes. If they didn't attack you, they wouldn't have ended up like this, Tang Wulin said. Senior. Byakuya's face turned red. Alright, we should go back, Tang Wulin said with a smile. Just as the two of them were about to return to the ship, they saw an interesting scene. They saw Tang Wulin's hands bound by a rope. The other end of the rope was attached to the end of the ship, and Tang Wulin was being dragged along. Big Gulu Gulu. Big brother. Gulu. Gulu. I can't hold on. Gulu Gulu. Senior. This. Byakuya wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin covered her eyes. Children were not allowed to see such a heartless scene. Tang Wulin dragged Byakuya onto the ship. Before he left, he gave Tang Wulin a look that said, Good luck, big brother. Gulu. Come back. Gulu Gulu. The poor Tang Wulin was forgotten just like that. The body-sex secret cultivation technique is truly perverted. Although I've seen even more perverted ones. Tang Wulin thought to himself. After many days, they finally arrived at the Xingluo continent. Tang Wulin was finally free. He shuddered when he thought about the pain, numbness, and itchiness he felt every day after being hit by the sea. He was finally free from the sea of suffering. However, for him, these 2 months of sailing in the sea could also be said to be a journey of transformation. The current him was vastly different from before. Under the arrangements of the Xianra Empire, they first rested in a coastal city for a night. Then, they boarded the Xianra Empire's soul train and headed to the Xianra Empire's capital, Xingluo. Hello, Elder Kai. As the official representative of the Xianra Empire, Foreign Affairs Minister Sima Lanxiao was very polite to Elder Kai. Hello, Elder Kai replied indifferently. Sima Lanxiao smiled and said, Elder Kai, we just received the news. We just received news that a Grand Youth Soul Master Tournament is being held in the capital of the Xianra Empire. It just so happens that the first stop on your itinerary is Xingluo. The Shrek Academy students you brought along are all outstanding talents of the younger generation. I wonder if they're interested in participating in the tournament? They might be at a disadvantage in terms of age. However, this is definitely the grandest and highest level tournament for the younger generation on the Xingluo continent. If you're able to participate, you'll definitely be able to shine brightly in the tournament. Elder Kai smiled indifferently. We're just here for an exchange. There's no need for a tournament. Sima Lanxiao said, Elder Kai, it's actually not troublesome. With the abilities of the Shrek Academy students, there's no need for them to participate in the preliminary round. We'll start with the elimination round. In fact, it won't take too long. Furthermore, we can guarantee their safety. Elder Kai glanced at Lanxiao and said indifferently, That's not what I'm worried about. Sima Lanxiao's eyes flickered. It seems like you're very confident in your students. Elder Kai smiled. Confidence comes from strength. If you really want us to participate, it's not impossible. Unless the prize for the champion is a soul bone. Sima Lanxiao's expression changed. He naturally knew what a soul bone was. Even 20,000 years ago, when the continent of Dolual was still in the era of cold weapons, soul bones were still considered priceless treasures. One could only imagine how precious soul bones were now. Elder Kai, our tournament is called the Continental Elite Youth Soul Master Tournament. There are many different types of competitions. There are individual competitions, team competitions, mecha competitions, and so on. As for the soul bone you mentioned, only the champion of the individual competition and the comprehensive competition will be rewarded with a soul bone. In the team competition, the final reward for the 7-man team competition is a piece of soul refined metal. In the 2-on-2 competition, the final reward is a 10,000-year spirit item. In the mecha competition, the final reward for the champion is a black-grade mecha, while the runners-up and runners-up are purple-grade mechas. Therefore, if there's only one soul bone, what do you think? Elder Kai's eyebrows shot up. She hadn't expected the Xianra Empire's Continental Elite Youth Soul Master Tournament to be so generous. Not only were there soul bones, but the prizes for the other competitions were also quite good. However, she didn't immediately make a decision. Instead, she glanced at the shocked Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin glanced at her, then nodded. Elder Kai nodded as well, then turned to Lan Xiao. "All right. We'll participate." Sima Lan Xiao was stunned. He had just noticed that Elder Kai had glanced at the youth beside her before making a decision. What did that prove? It proved that this youth was the core of the team. He had tried to get people to see through this youth, but for some reason, their probing was blocked. He was incomparably shocked. After all, those people were all titled Dolu. Skipping over the Soul Train, I heard that the Empire has invited them to participate in this year's Continental Elite Youth Soul Master Tournament. We'll see them on the competition stage. What's there to compare? They might be from Shrek Academy, but there's an age gap between them. Perhaps they're participating in the junior division? If that's the case, they'll still have a chance to become champions. No, they're from the youth division. The Empire isn't being nice. You can't say that. This is our home ground after all. In any case, we'll definitely show them who's boss. I heard that the Monster Academy is also participating. Is this going to be a battle between the real and fake Shrek? A female student covered her mouth and chuckled. Be careful with your words. The Empire values the Monster Academy a lot. Tang Wulin stuffed a piece of dessert into his mouth, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Monster Academy? What the hell is that? The so-called Monster Academy is the #1 academy on the Xingluo continent. As the name suggests, it's a place to cultivate monsters. But in my opinion, it's just a fake Shrek, Tang Wulin said to Tang Wulin. How dare he impersonate our Shrek? Tang Wulin furrowed his brows, as did the others. They were all somewhat uncomfortable that the Monster Academy had been impersonated. But I heard that the Monster Academy has some capital. They've also cultivated many geniuses who aren't inferior to our Shrek Academy. But that's only limited to ordinary geniuses, Tang Wulin said indifferently. He didn't lower his voice. The Xingluo people around him were displeased. After all, the Monster Academy was the holy land of Xingluo people's dreams. Of course they would be displeased to hear others say such things about it. However, Tang Wulin and the others simply ignored them. They continued to eat their food. Captain, do you feel guilty riding a soul train right now? Xie Sun chuckled. Tang Wulin glared at him. This isn't the Federation. We won't run into evil soul masters, will we? That's not necessarily true. Wulin, you don't understand the scope of the Holy Ghost religion's influence. It's spread across the entire continent, not just the Dolua continent, but also the other 2 continents. So you'd better be careful of Wulin, Tang Wulin said. Oh, Tang Wulin replied. Then he folded his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face as he looked out the window at the beautiful scenery. This was a rare enjoyment. Tang Wulin leaned his right arm on the table and supported his chin with his palm. Speak of the devil, Tang Wulin said indifferently. Who's here? Who's this Chow Chow? Tang Wulin asked. He's the fastest man in the entire universe. He's almost always on call, Tang Wulin said. Tang Wulin wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he sensed something. He looked out the window. His eyes narrowed as he activated his purple demon eyes. What he saw were mechas. These mechas were clearly different from those on the continent of Dolua. The mechas on the continent of Dolua were basically humanoid, but the mechas in front of him were all different. They looked like beasts. It was very strange. All of a sudden, specks of light began to appear on the surface of the mechas. At this moment, Elder Kai, who had been resting in her seat, suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look out the window. Enemy attack! Tang Wulin yelled as he abruptly jumped up from his seat. Tang Wulin pushed him back into his seat. You guys go save the passengers. There are still ordinary people on the train. Leave the scrap metal outside to me. Tang Wulin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Did you hear what the commander said? Hurry up and get to work. Tang Wulin said to his teammates. Yes. The train came to an emergency stop. Many ordinary people didn't even have time to react before they saw dots of light flying toward the train. When they took a closer look, they all cried out in alarm. These aren't dots of light. They're clearly soul cannon shells. Just as the soul cannon shells were about to hit the train, a visible barrier suddenly spread out and covered the entire train. The shells didn't explode when they hit the barrier. Instead, they miraculously bounced back. Boom! The remains of yellow and purple soul mechas fell to the ground one after another. There were also pilots who had hurriedly separated from their mechas. Just as the pilots were about to escape after landing on the ground turned into a ball of darkness, and they slowly sank into it. What's going on? Leader, save us! They shouted at the leading red mecha in the sky. However, their leader didn't have the time. There were two people standing in the air in front of him. One of them was a young man and the other was a woman. The young man had long white hair, and an extraordinary aura enveloped him. He looked like an otherworldly goddess. Wasn't he Tang Wulin? Behind him stood a woman with light blue long hair. She had deep blue eyes and wore a pair of light blue earphones. She was wearing a tight blue suit. Ling Luo, tear him apart, Tang Wulin said as he pointed at the red eagle mecha. Yes, master. Ling Luo's ethereal voice rang out. In a breath's time, she was already in front of the red eagle mecha. Shit. The operator of the red eagle tried to escape, but Ling Luo grabbed onto one of the wings of his red eagle. With a slight tug, a tearing sound was heard. A huge red eagle wing was torn off and thrown to the ground. Ling Luo grabbed onto the other wing and did the same thing. She tore it off and threw it to the ground. Then, Ling Luo looked at the control cabin. No, no, no! The operator shouted. He already knew what was going to happen next. Ling Luo pierced through the cockpit with one hand and pulled out the operator inside. Without its wings and operator, the fetus red mecha fell to the ground. Mission complete, Moss. Tur. Ling Luo said as she looked down at Tang Wulin. Then, she was stunned. Tang Wulin was sitting on top of a pile of mecha wreckage, while the operators of the mecha were lying on the ground in a pitiful state. The scene was too cruel, so I won't write about it. Blood flowed like a river. You're too slow, Ling Luo, Tang Wulin said. Ling Luo was stunned. Then, she threw the leader in her hand to Tang Wulin. Sorry, master. I'll change in the future. It's okay. I understand that red mechas are harder to deal with than black and purple mechas. However, you're a real god mecha. Don't hold back when you fight. Just fight as hard as you can. Tang Wulin grabbed the leader and ignored him. He continued to lecture Ling Luo. Yes, I understand, master, Ling Luo said. Then, Tang Wulin looked at the guardian spirit. What are you trying to do? He was a little frightened. Don't worry. I'm just going to read your memories. Tang Wulin pressed his right hand on the guardian spirit's head. The guardian spirit's eyes instantly became empty. Then, fragments of memories entered Tang Wulin's mind. Not long after, Tang Wulin released his hand and threw the guardian spirit to the ground. The Green Skull Organization? Collaborators with the Holy Ghost religion. It seems like they'll be busy again, Tang Wulin said indifferently. Shrek and the others, who had already rescued everyone, rushed over to help. However, they found that they didn't need to help at all. The guardian spirit had already finished his work. The situation has been summarized. The ones who attacked us are an organization called the Green Skull Organization. They're a rebel organization of the Xianra Empire. Almost all of their members are evil soul masters. They're very strong. They occupy 2 strategically located provinces in the Xianra Empire. The government has waged war with them many times. However, because the Green Skull organization has many strong people, they haven't succeeded. Their only option is to reduce their living space. This time, they're clearly trying to provoke conflict between the Federation and the Xianra Empire to buy themselves more time. Wu Zhongkong said to Tang Wulin and the others. Evil Soul Masters? Evil Soul Masters again? Tang Wulin glared at Xie Sun. You jinxed it. Xie Sun scratched his head awkwardly. You can't blame me. It's your body that's too terrifying, Captain. If you want a beating, just say it. On the other side, Tang Wulin, Elder Kai, and several high-ranking members of the Xingluo Federation surrounded a man. Wasn't that the captured red-grade mecha pilot? Although he was also a titled Doloa, Elder Kai had sealed his soul power and spiritual power. He couldn't even move. Where is your organization's headquarters? One of the high-ranking members of the Xingluo Federation demanded. Do you think I'll tell you? Don't even think about it. Crack. He clenched his teeth with all his might. Then, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. What happened? Everyone was confused. Tang Wulin checked his pulse, and a capsule suddenly fell out of his mouth. Tang Wulin picked it up and looked at the pitiful man on the ground. He's dead. It's very likely that they knew that they would be interrogated if they were captured, so they kept a capsule of potent poison in their mouth in advance. Once they were interrogated, they would bite open the capsule, and the poison would instantly spread to take their lives. Tang Wulin explained in an indifferent voice. Kid, who told you to touch things? Leave this to us. Elder Kai, take your student away. Tell him to be careful. He doesn't have the right to come here, one of the Xingluo higher-ups said. Tang Wulin glanced at the man. He realized he was a bit agitated. What does it have to do with you whether I have the right or not? Also, you'd better control yourself. You're very agitated. Why are you agitated? You're just feeling guilty. Then why are you feeling guilty? There's only one possibility. Before Tang Wulin could finish, the man's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted, "Shut up!" Tang Wulin slowly walked in front of him. The man fell to the ground subconsciously. Tang Wulin took out a strange communicator from his pocket. The communicator was shaped like a green skull. Kuei Yuan. You're actually a spy for the Green Skull? The other Xingluo higher-ups said in shock. B*****. Why would I be afraid of a child like you? Come here. Kuei Yuan grabbed Tang Wulin and choked him. Don't come here. Otherwise, this child's life will be in danger. Get out of the way and let me leave. Despicable. How dare you kidnap a child? Xingluo's higher-ups cursed. Elder Kai looked at Kuei Yuan sympathetically from the side. I sympathize with him too. Hey, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Your breath stinks. Tang Wulin mocked. Shut up, you brat. He said angrily. Let me teach you a lesson. Don't underestimate a child, especially a child like me, Tang Wulin said calmly. He grabbed Kuei Yuan's hand and threw him over his shoulder. Kuei Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. Tang Wulin's right hand quickly grabbed his neck. Now, it was Tang Wulin's turn to choke him. Did you find it fun to choke me? Now, it's my turn. Tang Wulin's strength slowly increased. No, choke. Kuei Yuan's legs kicked wildly. White foam came out of his mouth. What? Choke? Okay, I'll use more strength. Tang Wulin's right hand suddenly tightened. Crack. Kuei Yuan stopped breathing. I used too much strength. Tang Wulin pretended to be careless. However, everyone could tell that he was doing it on purpose. He should be dealt with by us. One of the higher-ups said. He's going to die anyway. I'll help you deal with him in advance, Tang Wulin said. They were speechless. At this moment, Tang Wulin suddenly trembled. He seemed to sense something. Elder Kai, I'll leave the rest to you. Tang Wulin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xingluo's higher-ups were shocked. This was spatial power. Wulin, did your martial soul evolve? Gu Yu asked softly. Yes, yes. Tang Wulin answered in a daze. Gu Yu's hand landed gently on his shoulder. If Tang Wulin could see, he would see circular silver scales on the back of Gu Yu's hand. The bloodline in your body should have strengthened as well, right? Did the Tyrannosaurus we met last time become your spirit soul? Gu Yu continued to ask softly. Yes, yes. Tang Wulin didn't keep his guard up against Gu Yu even subconsciously. Gu Yu's eyes suddenly changed. Her pupils became vertical slit. She slowly lifted her hand from Tang Wulin's shoulder. The scales on the back of her hand shone with a silver light. However, this only lasted for an instant before everything returned to normal. She slowly pulled the blanket over and gently covered Tang Wulin with it. Then, she closed the curtains and quietly left his room. Tang Wulin's breathing became even, and he fell into a deep sleep. When she returned to her room, Gu Yu closed the door. She waved her right hand, and a layer of faint silver light enveloped the entire room. A figure silently appeared in the darkness. It was a man completely covered in a black cloak. My lord, why aren't you doing anything? We already know that Wulin has the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. It comes from the real Golden Dragon King's bloodline. If you devour him, you can definitely— Enough! Gu Yu roared angrily. The black-robed man's voice suddenly stopped. Then, he knelt on one knee and lowered his head. You can go. We must immediately begin infiltrating the human world, Gu Yu said calmly. Yes. But my lord, Nar. I will take care of her myself, Gu Yu said calmly. Yes, your subordinate will take his leave, the black-robed man respectfully replied and slowly stood up. Then, he quietly blended back into the darkness and disappeared. Gu Yu waved her right hand, and the silver light in the room silently disappeared. She walked to the window and gently pushed it open. She looked outside. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun was gradually dispersing. Night was about to fall. The thoughts in her eyes gradually turned into emptiness, and her mind emptied. It was as if everything suddenly became unimportant at this moment. Just as she was distracted, a face suddenly appeared in her line of sight. She was startled and stumbled back a step. When she saw who it was, she slowly let out a sigh of relief. Are you trying to scare me to death? Haha, you'll be scared to death? Then you'll be the most embarrassing master of dragons, Tang Wulin said mockingly. What are you doing here? Gu Yu calmed herself down and said, What do you think? Why did you suddenly attack Wulin? Tang Wulin asked calmly. Gu Yu was stunned. She turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. After a long time, she muttered, You won't understand. Just pretend that I don't understand. But I won't let that happen. I don't want you and me to become enemies. Tang Wulin finished speaking and disappeared into the night. Gu Yu was stunned. She looked at the moonlight outside and fell into a daze. On the other side, Tang Wulin was looking at himself in the mirror in a daze. Don't you know how to solve this problem? His reflection in the mirror suddenly asked. Do you have any ideas? Tang Wulin asked. This is between the two of them. You don't have to interfere. Let me tell you, if you push them at the right time, it'll definitely work, his reflection in the mirror said confidently. I'll trust you one more time. If it fails, I'll definitely break you. Tang Wulin said fiercely. Hey, I'm the most real you, and also the real you. It doesn't matter if you break the mirror, but you'll definitely get hurt because you'll hurt yourself, his reflection in the mirror said. Tang Wulin didn't say anything. You mean, you want me to let Wulin and the Silver Dragon King do whatever they want? His reflection in the mirror nodded. Everything has already been decided. No matter how you interfere, the final outcome won't change. Tang Wulin pursed his lips and looked out the window again. Okay, I'll try not to interfere in their affairs, but just try my best. When Tang Wulin woke up, he felt refreshed. He stretched lazily, and his stomach suddenly rumbled like thunder. I'm so hungry. I actually fell asleep without eating dinner last night. That's unforgivable. He pushed open the door and was about to walk to the cafeteria when the door beside him opened. Wulin. Guyu walked out and called out to him. What's up? Tang Wulin asked with a smile. Guyu looked at him and shook her head gently. Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to call you. Tang Wulin suddenly smiled. You came last night, didn't you? Yeah, I wanted to ask you out for a walk. You look so sleepy, but forget it, Guyu said softly. Okay. Then let's go today. Didn't you say you'll give us 3 days off to rest? It just so happens that I want to see the local customs of Xingluo City. Guyu shook her head. I just want to go with you. Don't ask anyone else. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment, but suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Okay. Tang Wulin agreed. Guyu, how much spiritual power do you have now? Do you know? Tang Wulin asked Guyu. I don't know. Anyway, it's more than you. Guyu's answer made Tang Wulin a little angry. My spiritual power has also improved a lot recently. Maybe I'll catch up to you. Tang Wulin said unhappily. Guyu rolled her eyes at him. You think too much. How do you know that I'm not as good as you? Tang Wulin couldn't help but ask. Guyu looked at him seriously. In the continent of Dolua, there's only one person whose spiritual power is stronger than mine. Who? Don't tell me it's my brother? Tang Wulin suddenly said. Guyu trembled, but hid it well. I just said it casually, and you believe it? I do. Tang Wulin nodded. Guyu stopped, suddenly turned around, and looked at him seriously. Then if I said that I wanted to kill you last night, would you believe me? Looking at her unusually serious eyes, Tang Wulin was stunned. Why would you want to kill me? Do you believe me or not? Guyu looked at him seriously. No, because you can't bear to. Tang Wulin said with a cheeky smile, his face full of confidence, and then raised his hand to pinch her face. Stop pretending, can't you find another way to say it? It'll be more believable. Guyu's face showed a hint of helplessness. You rascal. Let's go eat breakfast. After breakfast, come out with me for a walk. She turned around and walked out, but in her heart, the words because you can't bear to echoed fiercely. The two of them didn't know that behind the door next to them, Tang Wulin was quietly listening to their conversation. They're going out on a date? It's developing quite quickly. Wulin, you should be more straightforward. In for a penny, in for a pound, just kiss her. Tang Wulin anxiously said to himself. This was the most famous pedestrian street in Xingluo City, and it was also the widest street, called the Golden Light Avenue. It was said to be a soul fusion skill of the legendary Lingbing Dolo Yuhao and his wife, the Light Doloa Tang Donger, the Golden Light Avenue at dawn. It was said to be a powerful area of effect control type soul fusion skill. It was said that those who were hit by it couldn't use their martial soul or spiritual power, and could only passively use their soul power to defend. Tang Wulin held a piece of barbecued meat in one hand and a drink in the other. Guyu looked at him helplessly. What are you doing here? Tang Wulin pondered for a moment before finishing his barbecued meat and drink. Who's going to accompany me like this? Guyu was a little speechless. But you don't look like you're going out for a walk. You don't even look around, Tang Wulin said. He asked Guyu. Guyu glanced at him. How do you know I'm not looking? My spiritual power is enough to replace my eyes. Pretend I didn't say anything. Tang Wulin rolled his eyes. Guyu suddenly laughed. Idiot, do you think you'll believe me just because I said so? It's not that easy to reach the spirit abyss realm. Tang Wulin was stunned. Are you trying to scare me? Guyu giggled. Tang Wulin's face became serious, and he said seriously, Guyu, are you ticklish? Ah! Guyu was stunned. In the next moment, Tang Wulin's hand had already reached under her armpit. Ah, haha, don't. Guyu turned around and ran. Tang Wulin chased after her, laughing. You lied to me, I won't let you off. The two of them ran forward, playing a game of cat and mouse. They didn't notice at all that two well-dressed young men and a young woman were silently following behind them. Both of them wore black sunglasses and sun hats, and were dressed casually. "Senior, why are we secretly following them?" the young woman asked. The young man knocked her on the head. "Idiot, this isn't tailing. Don't make it sound so bad. This is called secretly protecting them," the young man said as he pushed up his sunglasses. Yes, I've learned something, Senior," the young woman wrote down in the notebook she carried with her. Something's wrong, quick." The young man threw away his sunglasses and sun hat, shook off the young woman, and disappeared in an instant. Senior, wait for me." The young woman chased after him, her nose sniffing from time to time, as if she was using her nose to track him. Found him. In the next moment, she disappeared as well. Guyu was running forward when a few people suddenly walked out of the shop in front of her. Guyu subconsciously stopped, but Tang Wulin, who was behind her, bumped into her due to inertia, and the two of them collided with those people together. "Get lost." A low and fierce voice sounded, followed by a gust of evil wind. Tang Wulin subconsciously moved sideways, blocking in front of Guyu. But that person slapped him on the back of his shoulder. Tang Wulin's body shook slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself. That person was also stunned. He used quite a lot of strength. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been sent flying. "Why are you hitting people?" Guyu shouted. After Tang Wulin steadied himself, he turned around and naturally shielded Guyu behind him. The person who made the move was a tall and strong man. There were a total of 4 people in their group, and he was the closest to Tang Wulin and Guyu. The 4 of them were all middle-aged men, and they were all dressed in fine clothes. They were tall and strong, but their faces were full of ferocity. "Get lost." The man seemed to be disdainful. He raised his hand and pushed towards Tang Wulin's chest. It was also at this moment. "Get your dirty hands away from my brother." A blue figure instantly appeared in front of Tang Wulin and grabbed the big hand that was attacking him. Then, he raised his right foot and kicked forward. The middle-aged man immediately curved and hit the wall. "Stinking brat! You're courting death." The other 3 middle-aged men were furious and were about to rush forward. "Since you want to die, then come." A bunch of trash. Tang Wulin shielded Tang Wulin and Guyu behind him. But at this moment, "What's going on? What are you doing?" 3 voices sounded. 3 young girls walked out of the shop and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The girl in the middle was wearing a yellow dress. Her appearance was beautiful and charming. Her long blonde hair was draped over her back, and her blue eyes gave people a feeling of calmness. This girl was already very beautiful, but the girls beside her were actually many times more beautiful than her. The girl on the right had flawless white hair, and her blue eyes were like the most beautiful sapphires. She wore a white sun hat on her head. Her beauty was out of this world, and her pure white skin seemed to be able to squeeze out water. The girl on the other side had long black hair, and she wore a black sun hat, which was the opposite of the white-haired girl. Her pair of black eyes were clear and bright. She actually looked very similar to the white-haired girl, as if they were twins. However, the two of them had different auras. The white-haired girl gave people the feeling of a gentle goddess, but the black-haired girl was the exact opposite. She had a cold queen's charm, and she always carried a black bow on her back, warning people that she was a dangerous person. As soon as the 3 young women appeared, all of their gazes were focused on Tang Wulin. In the next instant, all 3 of them were stunned, and Tang Wulin was unable to shift his gaze away. He stared blankly at the 3 young women. No, to be more precise, he was staring at the white-haired young woman and the black-haired young woman. He completely ignored the blonde young woman in the middle. As for the 3 girls, the blonde girl in the yellow dress looked at Tang Wulin in a daze. So beautiful! And so cute! How could there be such a cute boy in the world? His eyes were really beautiful, and she didn't know why, but she felt a kind of attraction from his martial soul. The white-haired girl covered her mouth, and her body trembled. She tried hard not to let herself cry, but tears still appeared at the corner of her eyes. The black-haired girl clenched her fist, and tried hard to resist the urge to rush out and hug him. The scene suddenly became quiet, and then some bastards broke the silence. "Your Highness!" Two ladies, they were blocking the way. "Your Highness and the two ladies, please punish these ignorant commoners." The brawny man who was kicked away by Tang Wulin ran back in a sorry state, and knelt on one knee in front of the three girls. "Lackey, your master hasn't said anything yet, and you've already spoken. You're really disgusting." Tang Wulin looked at him coldly and said, Your Highness, two ladies, you saw it. He actually spoke to us like that." The brawny man said with slight anger. The blonde girl looked at the middle-aged brawny man coldly. "This Duke. What did I say when I came out? Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. What did you take my words for?" "This." The brawny man was suddenly speechless. "I'll teach you a lesson when we get back," the blonde girl said. Then she looked at Tang Wulin and said with a smile, "Sorry, it's my men's fault. They frightened you." "We weren't frightened. It should be your men who were frightened," Tang Wulin also said with a smile. He didn't pay attention to this girl before, but now that he paid closer attention, he found that her martial soul was actually of the same origin as his. After saying that, he looked at the two girls beside her again. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "Long time no see, Xiaoyuan, Xiaojie. Brother dance spirit. Long time no see." The white-haired girl came in front of him first, hugged him tightly, and then let go. Then the black-haired girl came in front of him, but she just hugged him gently. How did they know the aliases of both parties? Because of the slight silence just now, they had already been talking to each other mentally for a long time. This scene frightened the blonde girl and her men. Tang Wulin and Gu Yu, who had been forgotten, looked at this scene with confusion. The golden-haired girl was very familiar with these two sisters. Their origins were very mysterious. She only knew that they were two young ladies from a large force. They had always kept the opposite sex at arm's length. She was also one of their few friends. Many boys had confessed to them, including her brothers, but in the end they were beaten very, very badly. Now they were hugging the same boy one after another. This was really, "Wulin, Guyu Yuner, you go back first. We have met an old friend," Tang Wulin and Tang Xiaoyuan said to the people behind them at the same time. Tang Xiaoyuan walked to Tang Wulin and reached out to touch his head. "You are Tang Wulin? You are very good. Good luck," she encouraged. Tang Wulin nodded subconsciously and looked at Tang Xiaoyuan with some confusion. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this girl seemed to be looking at him with the eyes of an older sister looking at her younger brother. Tang Wulin walked to Dai Yuner and also reached out to touch her head. "You are very talented, really." Dai Yuner was stunned for a moment, and her subordinates were shocked. Her Royal Highness was touched by an outsider? Moreover, she wasn't angry? Her Royal Highness was only allowed to touch her head by people close to her. She would get angry with anyone who touched her head. Dai Yuner's face suddenly turned red. Her head was touched? Her head was touched? Why didn't she resist? What kind of strange ability was this? This princess couldn't resist at all? Moreover, why was her heart beating so fast? Tang Wulin. This is the Chinese version of head touching that I have practiced professionally in the cultivation world for 10 years. No matter if you are a man or a woman, no one can resist. Chapter 78. Dai Yuner looked at Tang Wulin with a complicated expression. Tang Wulin looked at her with a smile. Dai Yuner felt that she might be hallucinating. She felt that this person was looking at her like an elder looking at a junior. You have to work hard. Who knows, you might have the potential to become a god. Really, I didn't lie to you, Tang Wulin said with a smile. Dai Yuner nodded subconsciously. That. Yuner, go back first. We want to catch up with the dance spirit. Tang Xiaoyuan picked up Tang Wulin, who had yet to react, and ran away. I forgot to mention, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie were both taller than Yuhao. How sad. Like a child trafficker, Tang Xiaojie immediately followed. Tang Wulin, Gu Yu, and Dai Yuner were left behind. Put me down. I have legs. Let go of me. Tang Wulin struggled to get out of Tang Xiaoyuan's arms. No. It wasn't easy to find you. How can I let you run away again? I can't let you run away again, Tang Xiaoyuan said with a serious expression. You. Tang Wulin stopped struggling and let her hug him. Where's Wudong? Why are you controlling Wudong's body now? He asked. Humph. Bad brother. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you didn't even say a word of concern for me. Tang Xiaoyuan pouted. She was obviously angry. Tang Wulin struggled to get out of the hug with tears in her eyes. He was about to lecture her, but when he saw the teary eyes of Tang Xiaoyuan, his heart softened. He stood on his tiptoes and touched Tang Xiaoyuan's head with his right hand. I'm sorry, Xiaoyuan. You must be having a hard time, right? Of course. Of course I'm having a hard time without my brother. Without him, Xiaoyuan has committed suicide more than once. Tang Xiaoyuan looked at Tang Wulin with a wronged expression. You committed suicide? Tang Wulin was stunned. Yes. Tang Xiaoyuan nodded. Tang Wulin carefully checked her body. When he found that she was fine, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Don't do that again. Don't forget about me. You're my prey. A black arrow suddenly flew towards Tang Wulin. It was very fast, but Tang Wulin's hands were faster. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wulin had already caught the arrow. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Xiaojie, who was not far away. She was holding the jet-black bow on her back. There was a second black arrow knocked on the bowstring. She was in the posture of drawing the bow. Crazy woman, if you weren't in my wife's body, I would have used a forbidden origin spell on you. Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan trembled when they heard the words forbidden origin spell. Tang Xiaojie hesitated for a moment, then put away the second black arrow and put the bow on her back again. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. We haven't met in a long time. However, you're not going to use a forbidden origin spell on me, right? I'm really lucky to be able to see this dangerous forbidden technique again. Then you should stay here obediently. Xiaoyuan is one thing, but why are you also occupying my wife's body? Tang Wulin looked at Tang Xiaojie warily. Tang Xiaojie looked at Tang Wulin warily and felt a little disappointed. However, she concealed it very well. Their souls are somewhat damaged. They can only wake up at night. During the day, it's my and your sister's time. Who are you scolding? Scold me again if you have the guts. Your sister. Tang Wulin cursed. Big brother. Tang Xiaoyuan knocked Tang Wulin on the head. Sorry. I might have misunderstood, Tang Wulin said awkwardly. Ahem, back to the topic. How did you come to the Dolua continent? Also, is the celestial realm all right? Tang Wulin still had a glimmer of hope. When the celestial realm was mentioned, the two girls suddenly fell silent. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Tang Wulin suddenly had a bad premonition. No way, right? Hey! Don't keep quiet. Hurry up and tell me, what's going on with the celestial realm now? Tang Wulin asked. Just as Big Brother thought, the celestial realm is gone, Tang Xiaoyuan said sadly. Tang Xiaojie turned his head to the other side. Tang Wulin was stunned. The celestial realm is gone? What about the gods? How are they? Tang Wulin asked. In the turbulence of space-time, Tang San, the three enforcers of evil and good, I and Xiaoyuan gathered all the gods together. The three enforcers of evil, I and Xiaoyuan worked together to open up an independent space as a temporary shelter for the gods. They sent all the gods inside, but the good times didn't last long. Because Order discovered that the gods were still alive, he personally led many gods to besiege the shelter. Many of the gods were captured, and only a few gods were left. In order to escape capture, Tang San and I decided to split up. The one chasing after us was Order, and even if we worked together, we were no match for him. But at that moment your disciple arrived. She blocked Order's pursuit and gave us time to escape. Of course, we also exchanged a few words. Tang Xiaojie looked at Tang Wulin and said, "Little Yu?" Tang Wulin was stunned. He had to admit that he hadn't seen Ling Yu for a long time. Ever since he came to the Celestial Realm, and Ling Yu said that she wanted to leave the Celestial Realm to travel the universe, he hadn't seen her since. Isn't she courting death? With her strength alone, how could she defeat Order? Tang Wulin's tone was reproachful, but more than that, he was worried. You're wrong. You weren't there at that time. You didn't see it at all. Your disciple and Order were evenly matched in the fight. Tang Xiaojie said. What did you say? Tang Wulin was shocked. She's already a ruler, Tang Xiaojie said. Little Yu is already a ruler? Wait, you're saying that Little Yu has already become the ruler of another universe? Tang Wulin was really shocked. He never thought that his disciple, who loved to act spoiled in front of him, had already become a ruler. Yes, I heard from her that her universe is dominated by the devil race. Most of them are from the devil race. And this universe should have already. Tang Xiaojie didn't continue. She looked at Tang Xiaoyuan. It was destroyed in the battle between you and me. Tang Xiaoyuan continued her words. Destroyed? Tang Wuling faltered slightly upon hearing this. I see. You should know that the core of a universe is the source of the universe. If the universe is destroyed, the source of the universe may not necessarily be destroyed. It will find a suitable host. In this way, that universe is very likely to be reborn again. Are you saying that your student got the source of the universe and became a leader? Tang Xiaojie asked. That's right. Yes. That's the only possibility. What happened next? Tang Wulin said. Next, of course, we kept running. To be honest, I really hate running. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, I would have killed that Order long ago. In the end, we felt that it was not a solution to keep running, so we decided to seal our deity positions and divine power and came to 13 Doloa to meet you. But our coordinates seemed to be wrong, and then we landed on this Xingluo continent, Tang Xiaoyuan continued. That was really thrilling. But no matter what, it's great that you're fine. Tang Wulin said as he hugged the two of them. Tang Xiaoyuan's face was expressionless. Tang Xiaojie was very calm, and there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. This was because he knew that his hug was for Wang Qiu. By the way, why are you with the descendants of the Dai family? Tang Wulin asked. Big brother, are you talking about Dai Yuner? She's our friend and classmate. Tang Xiaoyuan said. Classmate? Could it be? Tang Wulin was stunned. Yes, we're students of Monster Academy, and we're also one of the 10 Heavenly Kings, Tang Xiaoyuan said with her hands on her hips. That's really. Tang Wulin didn't know what to say. What's wrong, big brother? Tang Xiaoyuan was confused. You know about the Soul Master Youth Tournament on Xingluo continent, right? Tang Wulin asked. Yes, we do. We're also participating. Wait, big brother, Shrek's team won't. Tang Xiaoyuan didn't know what to say. That's right, they're also participating, Tang Wulin said. There was a moment of silence. Then, let's meet during the tournament. You're our opponent. Tang Xiaojie's eyes were full of fire. He pulled Tang Xiaoyuan and turned to leave. Hey! Don't go. Let me give you a kiss before you go. Tang Wulin shouted. Tang Xiaojie's entire body trembled. She knew that he was calling for Tang Xiaoyuan, but she still dragged the starry-eyed Tang Xiaoyuan away. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Xiaoyuan, who was dragging Tang Xiaojie away, and shook his head in amusement. You said you're my opponent, but the fire in your eyes doesn't look like the fire of a battle. The ceremony, the gun salute sounded, and everyone stood in a row. Tang Wulin was a little sleepy. After all, he was tired today. He really wanted to sleep. However, everyone's attention was attracted by the other person beside Tang Wulin. Wasn't that Tang Wulin? However, at this time, he was lying on a recliner, sleeping soundly with his hands on his head. Tang Wulin was a little envious of his brother. It was so nice to be able to lie on a recliner and sleep. That's not right. This was a grand ceremony. Isn't this disrespecting the Emperor of Xingluo? Hey! Brother, wake up quickly. Tang Wulin shook Tang Wulin, who was sleeping soundly. However, Tang Wulin didn't seem to be waking up at all. This scene attracted the attention of many people. They all stared at Tang Wulin and whispered. Of course, they were all talking about him. After all, lying on a recliner during the ceremony was clearly disrespecting the Xianra Empire. Even the Emperor of Xingluo frowned at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin could clearly sense the hostile gazes directed at him, and he shook Tang Wulin with all his might. He then turned to look at Xie and the others, and Xie and the others all wore expressions as if they didn't know who he was. Bastards! You bunch of disloyal people! It doesn't seem like you can wake him up like this. Do you want me to help you? A playful voice sounded in Tang Wulin's ears. Tang Wulin was suddenly stunned. This voice, then, Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin heard it at the same time. Help! Murder! Tang Wulin, who had been sleeping soundly just a moment ago, suddenly opened her eyes, and a frosty aura abruptly erupted from her body. Tang Wulin faltered slightly upon hearing this. His body was able to withstand this aura, but the people around him definitely couldn't. Which bastard dares to kill people here? Come out! Come out quickly! Tang Wulin coldly looked at everyone around him and said. The Imperial Guards swarmed forward and surrounded Tang Wulin. Scram! Tang Wulin said coldly. The Imperial Guards suddenly felt that they couldn't control their bodies and quickly retreated to their posts. Tang Wulin's gaze finally stopped on Dai Yunar, who had an innocent look on her face. Dai Yunar was scared by Tang Wulin's stare. She seemed to have gone too far. Moreover, a chill spread throughout her body. Strange, why would she feel cold for no reason? She wasn't the only one who thought so. Almost everyone in the Xianra Empire thought so. However, the strong people didn't think so, especially the Emperor of Xingluo and the few elders beside him. Their gazes were focused on Tang Wulin. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was because they felt a trace of terrifying aura just now. How was this possible? How could a child who wasn't even 16 years old make them feel pressured? Tang Wulin thought for a moment and looked at Dai Yunar with amusement. So, it was this little girl who was playing tricks. Then, he looked at the Emperor of Xingluo. Take care of your little princess. Don't let her be so naughty. Tang Wulin finished speaking and picked up the recliner beside him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Shock! How could a person just disappear like that? This was the thought of most people. The powerful titled Doloa were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. That was the power of space. Yes, that was indeed the power of space, and it seemed that he was very skilled in using it. One had to know that the power of space was something that only Ultimate Doloa and Super Doloa, who was close to Ultimate Doloa, could touch upon. Tang Wulin's room. Tang Wulin once again lay on the recliner. I didn't sleep well before, so I need to make up for it now. What's going on? I've been feeling sleepy lately. Tang Wulin had just said this when he suddenly became very awake. His eyes became very sharp as he looked at a corner of the room. For some reason, it was dark there. Get out here. Tang Wulin said coldly. Long time, no see, my lord. A listless voice sounded. From the sound of it, it was the voice of a young girl. A person in a black robe slowly walked out. She was wearing a cat mask and her long black hair was wrapped in the black robe. Sloth. Tang Wulin looked at the person in front of him with a serious expression. What are you doing here? Tang Wulin looked at her and asked. Don't tell me you want me to sleep with you. No, I'm just here. to say hello," the young girl said listlessly. "Also, I want to remind my lord, they are planning to cooperate with the Order. Original Sin, there's a traitor among us." Tang Wulin was stunned. He looked at the young girl and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" The young girl was stunned for a long time. "No, why?" A strange force burst out from her body. Tang Wulin's pupils shrank. He suddenly felt weak and his eyelids were fighting. "You what?" Tang Wulin fell down before he could finish his sentence. The young girl slowly came to his side and carried him to the bed. She covered him with a blanket and touched his head. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly moved her mask and revealed her red lips. She lightly touched his forehead. "Have a good sleep, my lord." After sleeping for a while, Tang Wulin subconsciously stretched his body. I haven't slept so well in a long time." Wait a minute. He looked around. If he remembered correctly, Sloth should have come and told him that the Original Sin was also here. They were going to cooperate with the Order. Tang Wulin smiled bitterly. This was not a good thing. Right now, he could only fight them with his physical strength. When they came, he could only rely on his physical strength to fight them. He sighed. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. "Senior, wake up. Senior, today is the day of the competition." Byakuya's voice came from the room. Tang Wulin was stunned. He had slept for so long? Tang Wulin immediately tidied up his clothes and went out. He greeted Byakuya. "Sorry, I haven't had a good rest recently. I'm fine now. Senior, you and I are in the same group. I'm 665 and you're 666. Wulin's competition is today," Byakuya said as she walked. "Okay, I know," Tang Wulin said. "Wulin's competition, let's go and watch." "Pa." Ling Wuxie slapped the ground. This was a standard surrender. Tang Wulin leaped into the air, withdrawing his golden dragon claw as he stood firmly on the ground. The audience was in an uproar. Ling Wuxie's two teachers were stunned, and their faces were dark. With their cultivation bases, they could tell that Ling Wuxie was more than capable of defeating his opponent in his one-word battle armor. However, his opponent didn't even give him a chance to unleash the full power of his battle armor before the battle was over. From the beginning to the end, Ling Wuxie had controlled the pace of the battle. It was terrifying. Ling Wuxie lost. He lost the first match? This meant that he was eliminated. Ling Wuxie had lost his last chance to participate in the Continental Young Elites tournament. How could they not be shocked and angry? Ling Wuxie lay on the ground, his mind completely blank. All of the pressure was gone, and his battle armor began to feed back into his body, helping him sort out his soul power and adjust his body. But the pain was secondary. What was more important was the blow to his heart. I lost. I lost just like that. I lost for no reason. If I had released my battle armor from the beginning, I wouldn't have given him a chance to get close. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. His teacher's words echoed in his mind. He regretted underestimating Tang Wulin at the beginning. He regretted not using his fifth soul skill. However, in this world, there was no medicine for regret, and no one would pity the losers. He had lost. He had been eliminated. He was a loser. Tang Wulin was panting. In fact, the pressure he had endured was just as great. The recoil from his one-word battle armor made him uncomfortable. A full set of battle armor boosted a soul master's strength to a frightening degree. If not for the fact that Golden Dragon Shocks the Heavens had already heavily injured his opponent, coupled with the fact that his follow-up attacks were so closely linked, he would have had to face an opponent that was close to the level of a seven-ringed soul sage. No matter how strong his body was, it would be difficult to defeat a seven-ringed soul sage. If he lost in the first round, it would be too embarrassing. Tang Wulin hurriedly jumped off the stage and ran into the contestant passageway. He didn't want to be the center of attention. "Congratulations!" You've come back victorious. 3 voices rang out. Tang Wulin turned his head. Gu Yu, Tang Wulin, and Byakuya were all looking at him. I was so lucky. I didn't expect to meet a 5-ring Soul King, and a 1-word battle armor master at that. If he had used his full strength in the beginning, I would have lost. Tang Wulin said with a hint of fear in his voice. There are no ifs. A win is a win. Tang Wulin patted him. Big brother, if I remember correctly, you have a match in the afternoon. Tang Wulin said excitedly. In Tang Wulin's mind, his big brother's strength was very mysterious. He had never seen his big brother use his full strength before. In his mind, if his big brother used his full strength, he would probably cause mountains to crumble and tsunamis to rise. Yes, Tang Wulin said. Then we'll watch your match together. Don't lose, big brother, Tang Wulin said. Me? Lose? I won't. Tang Wulin raised his foot and patted Tang Wulin's head. You, on the other hand, should be careful. There's someone who can threaten you in the youth tournament, Tang Wulin said. Okay, I know. I'll be careful. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. Contestants 666 and 27, please get ready. Contestants 666 and 27, please get ready. Tang Wulin, who was resting, slowly stood up. It's my turn. Should I go easy on him? Just use a little bit of your strength. In the audience. Oh. It's my big brother's turn. Tang Wulin said excitedly. Boss, don't tell me you don't even know your big brother's strength? Xie was confused. Yes. I don't know my big brother's strength, but he must be strong enough to make mountains collapse, Tang Wulin said excitedly. Do you think your big brother is a titled battle pet warrior, Doloa? Yu Zhengyu said leisurely. But he was also wondering what his big brother's strength was. After Tang Wulin went on stage, the audience went into an uproar. So beautiful! Even Tang Wulin's opponent was stunned. His opponent was a handsome young man in his 20s. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful person. My opponent, you stole something important from me. He struck a very dashing pose. Oh? Then what did I steal from you? Tang Wulin said calmly. You've stolen my heart, beautiful young mistress. He made his way over to Tang Wulin and held onto her hand as he spoke. Huh! Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. His face gradually darkened. I'm serious. You stole my heart. Lady, let's not compete. Come home with me to meet my parents. The audience was silent. Everyone was stunned. What happened to the competition? How did it become a blind date? In the audience, Tang Wulin and Xie widened their eyes. Damn! This guy is finished. Tang Wulin, Xie and the others seemed to have foreseen what would happen next. They hurriedly covered their eyes. It seemed like something very bloody was about to happen. Many red crossroads appeared on Tang Wulin's forehead. Hee, congratulations. Tang Wulin forced a smile. What are you congratulating me for? The young man still hadn't realized what kind of situation he was in. You've successfully angered me, Tang Wulin said with fire in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The stage was already covered in ice and snow. There were also many icebergs. The strange thing was that those icebergs looked real. Tang Wulin was stunned. Wasn't his brother's martial soul the golden dragon? When did it become ice? The young man hurriedly retreated. Most people would slip and fall if they retreated on ice. However, this young man's footsteps were very strange. He didn't fall at all. Ghost shadow perplexing track? Tang Wulin was slightly stunned. Not only him, even Tang Wulin, Xie and the others on the stage were surprised. This person was actually from the Tang men? They had underestimated him. Hee miss, it's very smart to change the stage. Mrs. Martial Soul should be ice and snow, right? However, it was your negligence to change the arena into a world of ice and snow. My martial soul. Before the youth could finish speaking, 4 purple and 2 black soul rings appeared. His body began to be covered with ice-blue scales, and his hands turned into ice-blue dragon claws. A burst of coldness erupted from his body. But it's an ice dragon. Changing the stage into ice will help me, he said with a smile. Ice dragon? Everyone watching the battle was shocked. One had to know that the ice dragon race had a very high status among the dragons. Moreover, it was said that the king of the ice dragon race, the Frost Dragon King, was one of the 9 great dragon kings. Moreover, he was the strongest existence among the 9 great dragon kings. Ice dragon. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. How should I toy with him to death? Directly using the Frost Dragon King would expose his identity. If he used the Silver Dragon King, he was afraid that Wulin and Gu Yu would ask too many questions. His Destiny Spirit eyes would also expose his identity. He couldn't use the holy law of necromancy either. He would be mistaken for an evil soul master. The space-time eye and annihilation end showed no signs of awakening. In that case, it seemed that he could only use the Golden Dragon King. Seeing Tang Wulin suddenly smile, the young man was puzzled. What is she smiling about? Let me tell you, using your dragon martial soul to show off in front of me is your biggest mistake. Tang Wulin's eyes began to turn scarlet, and his pupils became vertical slits. With a trace of madness, golden scales began to appear on his body. His hands turned into golden dragon claws, and a pair of golden dragon wings spread out from his back. The most shocking thing was the 7 golden soul rings around him. Golden soul rings again? And more than Tang Wulin's. The terrifying pressure caused the young man's body to tremble. His legs trembled, and he wasn't the only one. In the spectator stands, all the soul masters with dragon martial souls felt the urge to worship him. Tang Wulin's feelings were the strongest. He was really shocked. Brother? His martial soul isn't a golden dragon? It's actually the Golden Dragon King, who has the same bloodline as me. And he seems to be even stronger than me. How is this possible? What kind of dragon martial soul is this? How can it suppress me? The young man asked in shock. Kneel. Tang Wulin's words were like an order. The young man really knelt on the ground. No. This can't go on. With a flash of blue light, he had already donned his one-word battle armor, the ice battle armor. His strength increased to that of a soul sage. Finally, he managed to stand up. Tang Wulin slowly made her way toward him, leaving a deep footprint in the ground with each and every step she took. As for the young man, although he stood up, he found that he couldn't even move. He could only watch as Tang Wulin walked in front of him. His right claw slowly patted his left shoulder. Crack! His left pauldron was shattered. Tang Wulin raised his left claw and patted his right shoulder lightly. Crack! The right shoulder armor broke. I admit defeat. He was scared. Yes, he was really scared. He couldn't beat this girl at all. But Tang Wulin didn't intend to let him go at all. She grabbed his neck and raised him high above her head. Humph, weren't you very arrogant just now? What's wrong? Can't get up now? Tang Wulin sneered. Hey! He admitted defeat, let him go. The referee hurriedly said to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin glanced at him coldly. The referee subconsciously took a step back and tactfully shut his mouth. Then, Tang Wulin looked at the young man again. Tang Wulin put his mouth close to the young man's ear and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Prick up your ears and listen carefully, I'm a man. Tang Wulin emphasized the word man. Boom! The young man seemed to be stunned. A man? He's actually a man? I'm actually attracted to a boy? No. Tang Wulin finished speaking and threw him off the stage. Boom! 6 broken ribs. This is a warning for you, child. Tang Wulin said calmly. Then, he looked at the referee. I won, he said calmly. Yes, you won. The referee spoke very carefully, as if he was afraid of angering him. Tang Wulin stared blankly at Tang Wulin, who walked off the stage. So strong. Was this his brother's strength? No, he had a feeling that this wasn't his brother's true strength. In the dark, Tang Wulin punched himself in the chest. Huff. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Tang Wulin muttered to himself. The rampaging aura in his body calmed down. It's not good to suppress my cultivation during the battle, he muttered to himself. Tang Wulin's guess was right. Tang Wulin hadn't used his full strength. He knew that he hadn't even used 10% of his strength, let alone his full strength. The power he had suppressed had almost gone berserk. If it had gone berserk, even he didn't know what would have happened. It was very likely that 13 Doluo would no longer exist. On the rostrum, the Xianra Empire's representatives had long been paying attention to this match. Is this what you meant when you said it wouldn't be a problem to beat them? Dai Tianling asked the old man beside him. This, Your Majesty, I didn't know that Shrek's representative team would have a soul sage with a dragon martial soul who isn't even 18 years old. This is unheard of. Perhaps there was a mistake in the information, the old man said. Unheard of? Don't forget that the lord we worship became a soul sage before the age of 15 and a titled Doloa before the age of 19, Dai Tianling said with admiration in his eyes. But Your Majesty, it's just a legend. It could be exaggerated, the old man said hesitantly. Are you doubting that, Lord? Dai Tianling said angrily. No, I wouldn't dare, the old man hurriedly said respectfully. Dai Tianling finally managed to calm himself down, and he asked, Can you tell what kind of dragon martial soul that child has? Which one is stronger, his or Long Yu's martial soul? It should be the legendary golden dragon martial soul. I don't want to admit it, but I don't think it's comparable. Golden dragons are born with the pride of kings. They will submit to any dragon king except the king of their clan, the old man said. In other words, if we don't let those two fight, we can't defeat him? Dai Tianling said in shock. Yes, and I think they have to work together to defeat him. After all, they have a soul fusion skill. As for the other children, except for Tang Wulin, I don't think the others are worth paying attention to, the old man said. Okay. Dai Tianling nodded. The Shrek Academy is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They have such a powerful genius, 2 against 2, boom. When the dust cleared, they saw Byakuya holding one person in each hand and stepping on the other. The terrifying combination of 5 black and 2 red soul rings made everyone present feel suffocated and speechless. She turned her head excitedly and shouted to Tang Wulin, who was not far away, Senior, it's a complete victory. Tang Wulin smiled and nodded. Wasn't it supposed to be a 2-on-2? How did it become a 2-on-2? And it was a one-sided victory without any pressure. On the rostrum. What's going on? That girl looks less than 15 years old. Dai Tianling looked at the old man and said sarcastically. This. The old man was speechless. A day ago, he had boasted that there was no one worth paying attention to in Shrek, but now he had been slapped in the face. This. It's Shrek's fault for hiding so well. He had to use Shrek as a shield. Dai Yuner looked at Byakuya in a daze and then looked at Tang Wulin. She's a very strong opponent, she murmured. Just as Tang Wulin and Byakuya got off the stage together, Tang Wulin suddenly saw Dai Yuner coming from afar. I wonder what the princess is here for? Tang Wulin said with a smile. To be honest, he was very optimistic about this little girl. She had the potential to become a god, not because he was bragging, but because she really did have it. That. Tang Wulin be my son-in-law. Dai Yuner finally mustered up the courage to say it. Be my son-in-law. Huh. Tang Wulin and Byakuya were shocked at the same time. They looked at Dai Yuner with a serious face. And she doesn't look like she's joking. What should I do? Should I tell her that I already have a wife? That. Tang Wulin wanted to say something, but Byakuya suddenly hugged him. Senior is my man. Byakuya looked at Dai Yunar very warily. Dai Yunar was also staring at her with a serious expression. I definitely won't give up. Even if you're stronger than me, I won't give in. Tang Wuling could smell the scent of gunpowder in the air. Ahem. I say, Princess, we won't have a good ending. You should find someone else, Tang Wuling said. Dai Yunar was stunned. Are you saying that I'm not good enough for you? I will work hard to become a woman worthy of you. I don't mean that, Tang Wuling interrupted her. Then why? We really can't be together. You will know in the future. Tang Wuling finished speaking and left alone. Byakuya glanced at Dai Yunar. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you really don't deserve him. You don't understand him at all. After saying that, she quickly chased after Tang Wuling and disappeared from her sight. Dai Yunar cried. She seemed to be despised. In all her life, this was the first time she was despised. You are all bullying me. Dai Yunar ran away and ran towards Xingluo Palace. Tang Wuling turned her head to look at Dai Yunar, who had run off into the distance. It seems like she's going to snitch on me. Forget it, this girl will only grow if she suffers a bit. I never thought that my second brother, who died long ago, would have such a talented little girl. She'll definitely be more successful than her ancestor in the future. However, the only drawback was that she was in the late stages of princess syndrome. How scary. In Xingluo Palace, a handsome blonde young man was quietly reading a book. The cover of the book was printed with the words, Chronicles of Dolo, written by Yuhao. The young man was reading very seriously. It was said that the author of this book was the legendary god of emotions, Yuhao, from 10,000 years ago. This book recorded many ancient events, as well as his life's worth of insight. The original book was kept in the basement of the Shrek Academy's library, together with Dolua's Virtue. However, Chronicles of Dolo was different from Dolua's Virtue. There were 100 copies of it. The young man was holding one of the copies. Just as he was reading with full concentration, wah 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 wah. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! The sound of crying disturbed him. He looked up and saw Dai Yunar crying as she ran over. Yunar, what's wrong? Who offended you? Is father urging you to get married again? He closed the book as he spoke. Dai Yunar immediately rushed into his arms. Fourth brother, I was rejected by someone. I proposed to someone I like, but he rejected me. He didn't even want to. This young man was her fourth brother, Dai Yuan. He was 19 years old this year. What? You like someone? Dai Yuan was shocked. Brother! Didn't you notice the main point? Dai Yunar said angrily. He actually rejected my cute little sister? Where is he? Take me to him. I'll teach him a lesson. Alright, what does he look like, and what's his name? Dai Yuan asked. He's part of the Shrek Academy's representative team. He's participating in the Continental Youth Soul Master Tournament. He's already won 2 matches. His name is Tang Wuling. Dai Yunar said, feeling wronged. Who? Who are you talking about? Dai Yuan was stunned. He seemed to want to confirm something. Tang Wuling. He's the one who was sleeping on the deck chair during the ceremony. He's even more handsome and cute than you, fourth brother. Dai Yunar said. Dai Yuan was embarrassed, not only because of the last sentence but also because of this Tang Wuling. Tang Wuling, if I remember correctly, he's abnormally strong. He was also present during Tang Wuling's match. His strength terrified him. My little sister really knows how to pick people. She actually picked such a terrifying person to be her son-in-law. This. Yunar. It's not that I want to criticize you, but he was right to reject you. He's so strong, and he's even more handsome and cute than me. I've seen self-deprecating people, but I've never seen someone like you. He must already have someone he likes. If you want him to be your son-in-law, he'll definitely reject you. Aren't you just asking for a rebuff? I don't care. I'm in love with him anyway. But he actually rejected me. Big brother, you have to teach him a lesson. Just once. Dai Yuner threw a tantrum. If Long Yu finds out about this, he'll definitely fight that guy to the death, Dai Yueyan said helplessly. Dai Yuner faltered at the mention of Long Yu, and a complicated expression appeared on her face. Dai Yueyan saw this. I know you're still upset that father is eyeing Long Yu as your son-in-law, but you're still a child. You don't know how important Long Yu will be to the Xianra Empire once he grows up. Is big brother Long Yu as strong as Tang Wulin? Dai Yuner asked. Dai Yueyan didn't say anything. To be honest, Tang Wulin was far superior to Long Yu in terms of cultivation base. In terms of martial soul quality, Tang Wulin was more powerful than Long Yu's mountain dragon King Sai. It's a pity that Tang Wulin is from the continent of Doluo, and father has decreed that Dai Yuner can only marry someone from the continent of Xingluo. I can't beat that Tang Wulin, but don't you have two sisters? They're so powerful that even our dean was shocked. You should go and beg them. I'm sure they're strong enough to fight that Tang Wulin. That's right. I can't believe I forgot. Thank you, big brother. She hugged Dai Yueyan and left. Sigh. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Tang Wulin? Good luck. I really want to see how you're going to fight two soul sages who can defeat a hyperdolua at the age of 16 without any enhancements from battle armor or mechas. Huh? Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan looked at each other with shock on their faces. Yuner. It's that Tang Wulin who touched my head when we met last time, Dai Yuner said with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. She could tell that they liked Tang Wulin as well, and they seemed to have known Tang Wulin for a long time. She felt very awkward in this situation. How could you fall in love with that kind of guy? Tang Xiaojie said. What's so good about that bastard who stepped on so many boats? Why do you like him? Why are you asking us to beat him up? Tang Xiaoyuan looked at Dai Yuner with a strange expression. They all knew that Dai Yuner was the descendant of Hui Yuhao's second brother. But now she actually liked him. Their seniority was 10,000 years apart. Just like Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong, they were also 10,000 years apart. No. I can't let this happen. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie thought at the same time. Listen, Yuner, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to fall in love with one flower? There are so many men in the world. Why do you like that playboy? Even if you like him, he definitely doesn't have any feelings for you. No matter how much you pester him, it's useless. That playboy is really not good at all. Tang Xiaoyuan said very seriously. Don't be fooled by him. Hurry up and forget about him. Maybe there are better men waiting for you. I think that Tang Wulin is quite suitable for you, Tang Xiaojie said. Hey, what are you talking about? Tang Xiaoyuan gently patted Tang Xiaojie and said telepathically. I'm giving your brother some luck in love, Tang Xiaojie replied. Go to hell. Why don't you give him a slap? Tang Xiaoyuan replied. Well, I'll definitely give him one the next time we meet, Tang Xiaojie said. If you dare to touch him, I won't let you go. My brother will definitely not let you go. Then let him come. Who's afraid of him? Tang Xiaojie curled her lips. Dai Yuner looked at the two women who didn't say anything and was a little puzzled. You keep insisting that I give up on him. Do you like him too? Dai Yuner asked. Yes. What's wrong? The two women had been cursing at each other with their telepathic powers. Now they didn't react and directly admitted it. The two women suddenly felt that something was wrong. As expected, you like him too, Dai Yuner said. How could that be? Who would like that bastard playboy? Tang Xiaojie tried her best to cover it up. Yes, we do like him. Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly said something that made Tang Xiaojie collapse. Telepathic communication, what are you doing? Nothing. Since she already knows, why don't you just admit it? It's fine if you admit it, but why are you dragging me into it? Don't you like my brother? It seems that my opponents are getting stronger and stronger. There was a 12-year-old soul sage girl, and now there are 2 more girls who can defeat Hyperdolua even though they're only soul sages. Dai Yun'er said bitterly. Did she really not stand a chance? Wait, Yun'er, what did you just say? He hooked up with another girl again? And it's a 12-year-old loli? Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie said angrily. Yes. It's not just a loli, it's a very strong loli, Dai Yun'er said. What a womanizer! You're actually fooling around outside again. Just you wait. We'll teach you a lesson in the competition, the 2 women said at the same time. On the other side, Tang Wulin, who was washing up, suddenly shivered. Did I forget to close the window? The cold wind actually made me shiver. Chapter 79. Inside the Star Theater, the audience began to enter. Today's play was very interesting. It was one of the most popular plays in the Star Theater. Lingbing Doluhui Yuhao vs. Black Dragon King. After the Xingluo continent entered the new era, the most worshipped idol of the people was Lingbing Doluo, who single-handedly stopped the enemy's invasion and protected the Xianra Empire. In the Xingluo continent, Lingbing Doluo's reputation was even greater than in the Doluo continent. Among the many audience members, there was a white-haired boy wearing sunglasses eating popcorn and watching the performance on stage. There was a blue-haired girl who had dressed herself up to look like a man. There's no way around it. There's no man on Star Luo who looks like me, except for this girl. She looks at least 50% like me from 10,000 years ago, and I heard that she's a big fan of mine. Well, seeing that you are my fan, I will give you 10 points. Tang Wulin below the stage thought to himself. Lingbing Doluhui Yuhao's classic pose. It is the pose of using the right hand to half cover the right eye. Beautiful. This pose is very similar. I will give you 9 points. I am afraid that you will be proud of the remaining 1 point. Tang Wulin below the stage thought to himself. She stared straight at the 6-meter-long black dragon that was suspended by the backstage workers with steel wires. It was made of plastic, but it was slightly rough. I will give you 7 points, Tang Wulin below the stage thought to himself while eating popcorn. Hey! Come on! Tion, let's decide the winner! The girl shouted. Hee! The child from that year has already grown so big. Good. I want to see how much you have grown 10 years later. A processed voice came from the dragon's mouth. Then, the girl was suspended by the steel wires, jumped lightly in the air, and rode on the dragon's body. Then there was a series of fights, during which the girl turned into an ice-blue dragon and stood with the black dragon. Finally, the climax came. The ice-blue dragon once again turned back into a young girl. Is that all you've got? The black dragon asked. Last move. It's enough to defeat you. The girl who played the role of Hoi Yuhao was very immersed in her emotions. She took out a small black knife and threw it directly at the huge dragon. Roar! A roar like that of a real dragon came out of the black dragon's mouth. The dragon slowly landed on the ground. There was a small black knife stuck in the dragon's heart. I have to say, this girl is really accurate. 9 points, Tang Wulin thought as he sipped his drink below the stage. This is not a fatal wound? The girl walked up to the dragon and pulled out a small black knife. She touched the dragon's head and said, You are my family. How could I hurt you? Goodbye, Tion. This might be the last time we see each other. After the girl finished speaking, a colorful light suddenly gathered around her body. Good spotlight, 8 points. She slowly rose into the sky, hanging by a steel wire. Boom! In the end, the rainbow light disappeared from the stage. Then, the red curtain fell and the curtain fell. There was a round of applause and cheers. The stage was now piled with flowers thrown by the audience. Tang Wulin slowly rose to his feet, and in the next instant, he seemed to have heard the sound of an explosion. Did something happen? The most powerful part of a soul missile was its explosion point. The explosion point was high in the sky, and there was nothing blocking it. It spread out in all directions. Furthermore, Black One had blocked it in time. Although the ground was shaking, the violent roar had shattered all the glass within a radius of several kilometers. However, the destructive power of the stationary soul cannon shell had been completely unleashed. Black One descended from the sky. He withdrew his wings, and a trace of lingering fear flashed through his eyes. Although he was confident that he could survive such a huge explosion with the protection of his three-word battle armor, he couldn't. However, in this bustling street, how many people could actually survive? The members of the battle hall, even if they were purple agents, would die without a doubt if they weren't prepared. A gentle surge of soul power flowed into his body. It was the mysterious heaven method. The soul power Black One injected into Tang Wulin's body quickly calmed his surging blood. "Good job, kid." Black One's deep voice woke Tang Wulin from the ringing in his ears. Pfft. Tang Wulin spat out another mouthful of blood, but he immediately felt much better. Black One took off his mask and put it on Tang Wulin's face. At the same time, he took off his hood and cloak to cover his body. After all, with Golden Dragon body and Golden Dragon Tyrant body removed, Tang Wulin's body was clean. "Thank you." Tang Wulin's voice was a little hoarse, but he managed to stand firm. "I should be the one thanking you." Black One patted Tang Wulin's shoulder and hugged him, shaking him vigorously. Given his status and cultivation, the fact that he could do such a thing showed how excited he was. "Black One, the cleanup is complete. There are no bombs left." Beep, beep, beep. Black One suddenly paused. "Did you hear that?" Everyone pricked up their ears. Beep, beep, beep. Ah. Black One. It's here. It seems to be a Class 8-timed high-explosive soul bomb. It's going to explode in 1 minute. A purple soul battle member held a large red cube with a bright red countdown timer in the center. "What did you say?" Black One was shocked. All of the soul battle members were shocked. A Class 8-timed high-explosive soul bomb was enough to flatten this place. "Which one of you knows how to defuse the bomb?" Black One asked nervously. Silence. It seemed that no one knew how to defuse the bomb. Beep, beep. There were only 30 seconds left. Then, Black One seemed to have made a decision. "You. Hurry up and evacuate. Protect the civilians." Black One. "You." Tang Wulin seemed to already know what Black One was going to do. Black One put on his three-word battle armor and grabbed the Class 8-timed high-explosive bomb. Just as he was about to take off, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a man in a blue robe and a blue mask. "You are." Black One was shocked, but before he could react, the man snatched the high-explosive bomb from his hand and glanced at it casually. The maker of this bomb put in a lot of effort. The power of this bomb is comparable to a Class 9 one. But he stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped the bomb. The bright red countdown timer finally stopped at the last second. "It's still full of flaws." Silence. Everyone stared at the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared. He actually stopped the explosion of the Class 8-timed high-explosive bomb with just a light tap? "We're saved?" Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment before he let out a long breath. Then, he looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. He was definitely not an ordinary person. You are." Black One seemed to have seen this man before. The mysterious man in the blue robe glanced at him. "Kid, you're not bad. You're willing to sacrifice yourself to save your teammates. Very good." His voice seemed to have been altered. He lifted his foot, still unable to change the fact that he was short, and tapped Kuroichi on the shoulder. "Tongmen's Battle Hall's Black One greets Senior Blue One. Thank you for saving us, Senior Blue One," Black One said respectfully as he knelt on one knee. The other members of the battle hall were shocked. "Blue One? What kind of name is that? They've never even heard of it before." Isn't the battle hall divided into white, yellow, purple, black, and red? Is it these 5? I can't remember. Since when did Blue One appear? Who exactly was this person? I saw the situation just now on the way here. You are all very good, especially you, child. You are very good. You have to do your best. Blue One patted Tang Wulin's shoulder, even though he was still standing on his tiptoes. He saw what happened. Could it be that he's been using his psychic power all this time? Yes. Tang Wulin replied respectfully. Blue One nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Black One, go back and ask the higher-ups to give these kids the highest reward. Yes, sir. Black One said respectfully. He knew what the highest reward was. It was the Dragon Valley operation. He was a bit envious, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter. Very good. You can go back and report. Blue One said. The space around him began to twist and distort, and he slowly disappeared. Is this another way of using psychic power? Don't even think about it. This is the most mysterious person in the Tongmen's battle hall. He hasn't even been here for 5 years, but I heard that even the hall master has to respectfully call him Senior. He has his own special nickname. We all call him Blue One. Gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the hall master had to respectfully address him as Senior? Just how strong is he? Tang Wulin was stunned. He seemed to have smelled his brother's fragrance just now. Could it be that Tang Wulin suddenly came up with a bold guess? On the other side, crack, Blue One crushed the ticking time bomb. Green Skeleton, evil soul masters are getting more and more arrogant, he said indifferently. He took off his mask and blue robe, revealing an extremely beautiful face and a head of flawless white hair. Running into evil soul masters when I'm just watching a performance, he said indifferently. Isn't he Tang Wulin? Beep beep beep. His soul communicator rang. Hello? Who is it? You bastard, you bastard. You're womanizing outside again. Why don't you go die? Just you wait, we'll kill you on the stage. Crack. The other party cursed and hung up. Tang Wulin was stunned. Cheer? That voice was indeed Xiao Er's, but flirting? Did I? Oh please. Who else is there beside me besides Byakuya? Wait, don't tell me they're thinking the wrong way? Byakuya and I are innocent. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems like they're angry. Are they going to teach me a lesson when it's 2 on 2? Sigh. If I don't take it seriously, I really can't do anything to them. Furthermore, they're my wives. How can I bear to do it? Since you can't bear to do it, why don't you leave it to me? A voice sounded in Tang Wulin's mind. Shut up, I'm surprised you didn't disappear. However, I definitely can't let you occupy my body anymore, Tang Wulin said. A small illusory shadow appeared on his shoulder. Then are you going to let them beat you up? I don't want to see you get beaten up. It was a very cute version of a black-haired girl. Upon closer inspection, she actually looked very similar to him. I think so too. You should accept her help. Although she wanted to harm you before, now that you're in the same body, she can't harm you anymore, Tang Wulin, reflected in a broken mirror on the ground, said. Tang Wulin was silent for a long time. He looked at the black-haired girl on his shoulder. Don't hurt them. Don't worry. I won't, the black-haired girl said with a smile. The next morning, Tang Wulin woke up early to brush his teeth and wash his face. He took a shower and habitually cultivated for a while in the morning. Then, he opened the door and was about to go out, but he bumped into someone. Tang Wulin took a step back and supported the person. Wulin, you're up early today, Tang Wulin said with slight surprise. It wasn't just Wulin. Gu Yu, Xiesun, Su Xiaoyan, Yu Zhengyu, Yuan and Yehui, Yi Xinglan, Su Lizzie, and Byakuya were all there. Everyone's up so early. Tang Wulin smiled. Yeah. Big brother, we were going to wake you up, but we didn't expect you to be up already, Tang Wulin said awkwardly as he scratched his head. You haven't eaten, right? Let's go eat together. Tang Wulin led everyone out of the hotel. Tang Wulin followed closely behind Tang Wulin. He quietly came to Tang Wulin's side and sniffed. Yes, that's right. It's this smell. F***ck. Are you a dog? Also, don't you think you're a pervert? I've only smelled this unique fragrance from my big brother's body. Sure enough, that senior lawn one from last night was most likely my big brother. He was very surprised that his big brother was so strong. Wulin? What's wrong with you? Gu Yu suddenly appeared beside Tang Wulin. No, nothing. Tang Wulin tried to cover it up. Tang Wulin glanced at him and smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. Did he really not notice Tang Wulin's movements? Of course not. He had noticed it long ago. He also guessed that Wulin had noticed it. Lon 1 was him. If he knew, then so be it. After all, he wasn't an outsider. Then, there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. I'll be able to see them again in today's competition. Why do you have to be angry at me? Tang Wulin. A girl's voice sounded behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Dai Yuner and Dai Yueyan standing not far away. Dai Yuner stared at Tang Wulin with shining eyes. The competition is about to start. Why don't we make a bet? Dai Yuner said. No. Gambling kills people. I've already quit gambling. Tang Wulin said indifferently. Then, he led everyone away. You wait a minute. Don't you want to know what the bet is? I've already quit gambling. Of course, I'm not interested in this. Tang Wulin said indifferently as he kept walking. Tang Wulin, listen to me. If Shrek wins the Soul Master Tournament, I'll marry you. If you lose, you'll marry me. You want to marry me? Dai Yuner said. Tang Wulin and the others naturally heard it. Everyone almost fell down. Even Dai Yueyan almost couldn't stand still. What was the difference? Tang Wulin looked at the girl helplessly. Ignore her. Let's go. Then, he led everyone to ignore her again. Dai Yuner was so angry that she stamped her feet. Then, she seemed to think of something and said loudly, There's more. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie asked me to send you a message. If you don't win the competition, we'll marry Dai Yuner's brother. Dai Yuner suddenly said. Tang Wulin, who had just walked far away, suddenly stopped. Then, he came to Dai Yuner in an instant. What did you say? Tang Wulin said angrily. Then, he glanced at Dai Yueyan. He's your brother? Very well. Go to hell. Tang Wulin was about to punch Dai Yueyan. Hey! What did I do to you? I'm not Yun Er's only brother. Also, I don't like girls. Why did you hit me? Dai Yueyan closed his eyes. Why doesn't it hurt? Tang Wulin's fist was only an inch away from him. Tang Wulin took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. They're trying to provoke me, aren't they? Are they trying to make me angry? Fine. Help me send a message. Tell them to wash up and wait for me. I'll teach them a lesson. Tang Wulin said and walked away without looking back. Brother, he seems angry. Dai Yuner said. He's not just angry. I think he wants to wipe out the Dai family now. Dai Yueyan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He could feel that he would be killed by that punch even if he wore his one-word battle armor. In fact, not to mention him, even Dolo would be half dead from that punch. One could imagine how angry Tang Wulin was just now. Brother, who's Xiao Yuan and Little Tribulation? Why did you suddenly? Xie Sun suddenly asked. They're my wives. Can't they be? Tang Wulin said with a bite of a drumstick. But when he said it, he was stunned. Wives. Everyone spat out the soup they had just drunk. Everyone was shocked. Especially Tang Wulin, Gu Yu, and Byakuya. Byakuya suddenly had a feeling that a strong enemy had appeared. Tang Wulin wanted to curse himself. Why was he so talkative? What are you thinking? I mean, they're my girlfriends. Tang Wulin immediately corrected himself. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. But why are there two of them? Could it be? Brother, you're two-timing? Xie Sun covered his mouth. Get lost. Tang Wulin glanced at him. Then, Captain, why did you accept 2 of them? Girlfriend, 1 share is enough. Don't tell me you're preparing spare tires for yourself? Yu Zhengyu suddenly said. The next moment, he shut up because he felt that the temperature around him seemed to be dropping. Why do I have 2 girlfriends? Tang Wulin drank his coffee, and his eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. Because they're both the people I love the most. Everyone was silent. They had never seen Tang Wulin like this before. Their eyes were filled with gentleness. Actually, they didn't know that Tang Wulin hadn't said one of them yet. Tang Wulin and the others approached the competition venue. At this time, the waiting area was already crowded. Although there weren't as many teams as there were in the previous 2 competitions, there were more people in a single match for the team battle. There were as many as 8 people in each team, and some even had more than 10 people. Tang Wulin and the others quickly found their order of appearance. Because the venue for the team battle was larger, only 5 matches could be held in the big stadium at the same time. Tang Wulin and the others were going to fight in the 3rd round. This was the first round, so they didn't have to wait too long. Just as they were confirming their order of appearance, the noisy waiting area suddenly quieted down. The sudden change stunned Shrek and the others, and they subconsciously looked over. At the entrance of the waiting area, a group of people slowly walked in from the outside. There were a total of 10 people, and 8 of them were wearing dark red robes. On their chests there was a black pattern. The pattern looked a little strange. It was round in shape, but one side of it was open, like a giant mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It looked ferocious and impressive. It's Monster Academy, Tang Wulin said calmly. Tang Wulin and the others were stunned for a moment. Their eyes were burning with fire. On the Monster Academy's side, a burly, bald man walked in front. He was about 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. He stood there like a mountain, blocking all the people behind him. He looked to be about 20 years old. What a powerful aura! Tang Wulin was secretly shocked. Be careful, Wulin, Tang Wulin said softly. He's the one who can threaten you. That's him? Tang Wulin was shocked. No wonder I felt so threatened just by his aura. It seems that he really is something. He looked at the other members of the Monster Academy. Dai Yueyan and Dai Yuner were there. When he saw 2 familiar figures, he was stunned. He had seen them before. They were Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. In other words, they were his brother's 2 girlfriends. They were different from the other members. They were not wearing school uniforms, which confused Tang Wulin and the others. Not wearing school uniforms? Why did they have the same privilege as his brother, the captain? Tang Xiaoyuan had a head of flawless white hair that was draped over her back, reflecting the luster of the sun. Her big blue eyes seemed to hide a vast starry sky, and her white skin seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it. Her peerless beauty was enough to topple the world, and her beauty gave people a kind of otherworldly beauty. Her pure white dress set off her perfect figure, and her sunny smile gave people a very comfortable feeling. She was like a goddess of light. She was originally the goddess of dawn, and yes, a gentle goddess type. Tang Xiaojia was a little shocked when he saw her. She looked almost the same as Tang Xiaoyuan, except that her white hair was black, and her white dress was black. However, she gave people a very cold feeling. She was definitely a cold queen. If Tang Xiaoyuan was the goddess of light, then Tang Xiaojia must be the queen of darkness, the opposite of light. This, except for Tang Wulin and Guyu, the other members of Shrek were shocked. Was this their captain's girlfriend? Were they twins? And they were so beautiful! Byakuya looked at them with vigilance. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia also looked over, and their eyes met with Tang Wulin's. Tang Wulin could smell the gunpowder in the air. The 2 girls looked at Byakuya again. The next moment they were stunned. Byakuya suddenly felt like she had been seen through. She subconsciously hid behind Tang Wulin. So scary. Was this Senior's girlfriend? Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia looked at each other. Is she a mythical beast? I think so. And she's one of the best wolves of this generation, the greedy wolf. Oh. Brother is getting better and better. He even managed to seduce the greedy wolf. That's amazing. But doesn't brother think it's enough? He already has so many female dragons, female scorpions, and female cheilants, and now he wants to harm female wolves. Can he handle it? Haha, the peach blossom body is really scary. The two girls' conversation was, of course, through mental link. The two sides were very close. The bald young man glanced at Tang Wulin, and his eyes were filled with madness. His invisible and terrifying aura was pressing toward them. Gu Yu's body trembled slightly, and there was a trace of shock in her eyes. Byakuya was very calm, and her body did not tremble at all. Xie Sun and the others were miserable. They could not even stand straight now. What a terrifying aura! However, Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin's eyes were still calm. When the aura got closer and closer, Tang Wulin slowly said, "Break." Then, the aura actually disintegrated in an instant. They did not know if Tang Wulin and the others were hallucinating, but they felt that there was a giant dragon standing behind the bald young man standing in front of them. The bald young man was taken aback. He looked at Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin with surprise in his eyes. He had never watched Tang Wulin's competition. In his eyes, he disdained to watch the competition of outsiders. He was very proud and aloof. Moreover, these Shrek students were mostly around 15 years old. There was even a 12-year-old. The strongest 15-year-old was only a Soul King, and the strongest 12-year-old was only a Soul Elder. No matter how monstrous they were, they could not be stronger than the two here. The bald young man looked back at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. He turned his head again and looked at Shrek and the others. He could completely crush most of the people here. There were only 3 people he needed to pay attention to. Tang Wulin, and the girl who looked to be only 12 years old behind Tang Wulin. The one he paid the most attention to was Tang Wulin. He had always been told that he was very strong, very strong. Some people even said that this person was stronger than him. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, when he heard that his Yun-er wanted to choose him as her husband, he almost exploded in anger. Yun-er is mine. After I deal with her, no one can marry her. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. See how I'll let Yuhao torture you to death. He walked slowly to Tang Wulin. I heard that you want to marry Yun-er? He said slowly. No, she's the one who's pestering me. Tang Wulin narrowed her eyes. Those who squint are all monsters, he said with a faint smile. Very good. My name is Long Yu, the leader of the Monster Academy. Long Yu stretched out his right hand. Tang Wulin smiled. Captain Shrek, Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin also stretched out his right hand. When they shook hands, Long Yu suddenly exerted his strength. His arm tightened in an instant, and the veins on his right hand could be seen. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength. You're courting death. Dai Yuner and Tang Wulin looked worried. However, in the next instant an astonishing scene occurred. Tang Wulin's right hand didn't even tremble in the slightest. Tang Wulin yawned, but her eyes were still narrowed as she smiled. Are you done? If you are, it's my turn. Tang Wulin gently squeezed his right hand. Whoosh! Long Yu's face suddenly became very ugly. He looked at Tang Wulin in shock. His hand was shaking, and he felt that his right hand was about to be deformed. He hurriedly tried to break free, but Tang Wulin exerted more strength. Crack! Long Yu's face suddenly became pained. The people of the Monster Academy were very shocked. They all knew how strong Long Yu was, but now he was defeated in strength. And the opponent was a teenager. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia looked at Long Yu with disdain. Stupid! How dare you compete with him in strength? Even we don't dare to compete with him in strength. You're courting death. Long Yu used all his strength to break free from Tang Wulin's hand. Oh oh oh! Can't you do it? Didn't you think you were very strong just now? Tang Wulin squinted and smiled. Long Yu's face was very ugly. He held his trembling right hand and gritted his teeth. Let's go. Of course, he couldn't stay here any longer. The people from Shrek are indeed powerful. He thought to himself. Tang Wulin looked at Long Yu with a hint of disappointment. Talent is good, but character. Your future will be limited. If you correct it in time, you can still be saved. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia, who hadn't left yet. Tang Xiaojia looked at Tang Wulin angrily, pointed at him, and then turned over his hand and clenched his fist. Everyone understands. Tang Wulin was speechless. Sure enough, I can't do it. It was a wise choice to let her take my place. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius? Tang Wulin and the others were shocked. Yes. That guy called Long Yu is very talented. He was born with more strength than ordinary people. When he was 10, he became a 3-ringed soul elder and entered Monster Academy. When he was 16, he became the strongest student there. His martial spirit is the Mountain Dragon King, Tang Wulin said calmly. Mountain Dragon King? Tang Wulin and the others were confused. Mountain Dragon King? I know that martial spirit, Gu Yu suddenly said. I know it too, Tang Wulin said. Then tell me. Gu Yu gave him the right to speak. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin's relieved expression. It seemed that he thought that since Long Yu had a dragon martial spirit, his Golden Dragon King bloodline should be able to suppress Long Yu. Wulin, don't gloat. Long Yu's Mountain Dragon King is not an ordinary dragon. He is a true dragon, one of the 9 legendary dragon kings, the Mountain Dragon King. According to legend, the 9 dragon kings were the 9 children of the dragon god. They were the first dragon kings, but they were created by the dragon god with his own blood. Therefore, strictly speaking, they were not real children. Each dragon king had a part of the dragon god's power, and they each controlled an element. The 9 dragon kings were the Inferno Dragon King, who controlled the fire element, the Water Dragon King, also known as the Pipefish King, the Hurricane Dragon King, who controlled the wind element, the Light Dragon King, also known as the White Dragon King, the Dark Dragon King, also known as the Gold-Eyed Black Dragon King, the Emerald Dragon King, also known as the Spacetime Dragon King, the Mountain Dragon King, also known as the Earth Dragon King, and the last 2 Dragon Kings who controlled special elements, the Thunder Dragon King, also known as the Thunder Dragon King, and the Ice Dragon King, also known as the Ice Dragon King. In fact, there were 2 other Dragon Kings outside of the 9 Dragon Kings, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. After that, the Dragon God created different Dragon Kings, and the first dragons were born. The Mountain Dragon King was also known as the Earth Dragon King a long time ago. They had the ability to transform themselves into land, allowing dragons to live on their bodies. Their bodies were also the largest among the dragons, and they were also the most important of the 9 great Dragon Kings. They were known as the Chief of the 9 Dragons, but even being the Chief of the 9 Dragons didn't mean that the Mountain Dragon King was very strong. The strongest of the 9 Dragon Kings was actually the Ice Dragon King, who was the least favored by the Dragon God. The Dragon God was even certain that the Ice Dragon King wouldn't achieve anything, and this was all the will of the heavens. However, the Ice Dragon King didn't believe in the will of the heavens, so he wanted to go against the heavens. His catchphrase was, "Dragons are born to fight against the heavens." In the end, he succeeded, and became the strongest existence of the 9 Dragon Kings. He was known as the strongest Dragon King under the Dragon God. He also succeeded in convincing the 8 Dragon Kings. Although the Ice Dragon King became the strongest Dragon King, the Mountain Dragon King was still the leader of the 9 Dragon Kings. This was an unchangeable fact. As for Wulin, that guy called Long Yu, his martial soul was the Mountain Dragon King. After hearing Tang Wulin's words, not only was Tang Wulin shocked, but so was Shrek and the others. They never thought that the Mountain Dragon King would have such a powerful background. Ice Dragon King. 10,000 years ago, the Lingbing Doluohuo Yuhao also had the Ice Dragon King as his martial soul. Is there a connection? Xie Sun suddenly asked. There is. When the Lingbing Doluohuo Yuhao awakened his martial soul at the age of 6, he actually only had one martial soul, and his innate soul power was only at the first rank. However, Huo Yuhao's innate affinity with the origin energy of heaven and earth was very high, so his cultivation speed was very fast. It wasn't until he ran away from home at the age of 8 that he was adopted by the Black Dragon King Di Tian, the leader of the great beasts of the Star Do Forest, that he gradually discovered that he actually had another martial soul, the Ice Dragon King. Moreover, it had the purest bloodline. His Ice Dragon King was the original Ice Dragon King. As for why it didn't awaken, it was because the Ice Dragon King was a martial soul with sentience. At the time, Huo Yuhao's body was very weak, and if it were to forcefully awaken it, it would hurt Huo Yuhao. Therefore, in order to protect its master, the Ice Dragon King martial soul fell into a dormant state until Huo Yuhao could withstand it. By the way, I think this long-used martial soul has some flaws. Perhaps he was only an earth dragon in the past, but he must have encountered some kind of opportunity that allowed his martial soul to evolve into the Mountain Dragon King. However, there's still a flaw. Also, his soul power should be around rank 60 or so. You guys have to be careful, Tang Wulin said. Everyone fell silent. Wait. Big brother, why do you say we have to be careful? Aren't you going to participate? Tang Wulin asked. I'll only participate in one-on-one and two-on-two battles. I won't participate in team battles. Byakuya and I will both participate, Tang Wulin said. Byakuya nodded. So you're saying we'll have to rely on ourselves? Tang Wulin said helplessly. Tang Wulin and Byakuya nodded. Are you that scared? Tang Wulin asked. Don't forget, we're from Shrek Academy. Do you still remember Shrek's mission? Create miracles. Shrek trusted you guys, and that's why he sent you guys to participate in this exchange. Don't let the Academy down, Tang Wulin said seriously. Tang Wulin's words instantly inspired everyone. That's right. We're Shrek's people. So what if Long Yu is strong individually? A team battle isn't a one-on-one battle, but a battle of teamwork. Wulin, come here for a moment, Tang Wulin said. Tang Wulin approached. Actually, there's something I didn't say. Your Golden Dragon King bloodline actually has a suppressive effect on Long Yu. Did you know? When the Dragon God fell, he split himself into 2 Dragon Kings, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. You and Gu Yu can both suppress Long Yu in terms of bloodlines. Tang Wulin finished speaking, then looked at the shocked Tang Wulin. Go. Tang Wulin patted him. Tang Wulin nodded. It turned out that he still had a chance of defeating Long Yu. Moreover, he was preparing to break the 5th seal. That way, his chances of victory would be even higher. A deep dragon's roar quietly echoed. Tang Wulin closed his eyes and reversed the flow of his blood essence. His soul power and blood essence fused together and slowly rose, steadily and resolutely, in that direction. The seal was already riddled with cracks, and as soon as the force of the impact struck, a resounding boom rang out within his body, and the seal was instantly broken. The Golden Dragon King's essence burst out, suddenly rushing into his bloodline and wreaking havoc. 49 days of bitter training on the edge of life and death, the second evolution of his martial soul, and the breakthrough of rank 40. All of these caused a qualitative change in Tang Wulin's body. Therefore, breaking the Golden Dragon King's seal this time was the easiest he had ever broken. His meridians were full of swelling pain, but it was no longer as painful as before. He didn't need any spirit items to help him. He could clearly feel the little changes in his body. Outside the door, Tang Wulin leaned against the wall, as if he already knew that Tang Wulin would break the fifth seal. He only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, there was a trace of seriousness on his face. The Golden Dragon King's inheritance could be said to be a double-edged sword. If Wulin could withstand it, he would become very powerful. But if he couldn't, he would vanish into thin air. And the further it went, the harder and more dangerous it would be to break through the defense. Tang Wulin thought for a moment. Forget it, I believe in him. He will definitely be able to withstand it. He is Tang San's son. Crack. Tang Wulin suddenly felt something and immediately retreated. Crack. He saw 5 claw marks on the wall he was leaning against. Then, boom. It collapsed. Tang Wulin stood on the other side with a dumbfounded expression. His left hand had turned into a golden dragon claw. F***CK. Are you trying to scare your brother to death? Tang Wulin punched Tang Wulin's head, causing a red packet to appear. Woo. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to test the ability of the golden dragon claw. I didn't expect it to tear. Good ability, not bad. You have to practice it well, Tang Wulin said as he looked at the broken wall. Tang Wulin nodded. Chapter 80. You were amazing today, boss. You beat Fox King Sumu in a 1-on-1, and you beat your Wolf King and Pagoda King in a 2-on-2. What a terrible name, Xie Sun said as he ate. Sumu was lucky. He almost lost, Tang Wulin said as he bit into a piece of fish. Thinking back to the experience at that time, he was really close to losing. That Long Yu is pretty strong too. He beat a 4-ringed soul ancestor without using his martial soul. I'll leave him to you, boss. We can't beat him anyway, so I might as well teach him to you, Xie Sun said with a smile. Big Brother said that no matter how strong a mountain dragon king is, it has a weakness. Besides, my bloodline seems to be able to suppress the mountain dragon king, so I have a chance of winning. Tang Wulin said. Then, as if thinking about something else, he added, by the way, I think Big Brother has a 2-on-2 match tomorrow. Yeah. And the opponent seems to be. Xie Sun trailed off. Speaking of which, where did the captain go? I haven't seen him in a long time. I don't know. Big Brother's whereabouts are always hard to find. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Tang Wulin said with a smile. Night, on a cliff by the sea. The white-haired Tang Wulin was seated on the cliff with his legs crossed. He gave off the feeling that he was both there and not there at the same time. If there were a rank 90 titled Dolua present, they would definitely be stunned speechless. This was because he was one with the world. This was an aura that only appeared when a demigod was on the verge of becoming a god. Boom. In the next moment, a ring of light appeared behind Tang Wulin, and his aura suddenly soared. A second ring, a third ring, a fourth ring, a seventh ring. Just as the 8th ring was about to appear, Tang Wulin suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something, and he hurriedly suppressed his aura so that he wouldn't break through to become an 8-ringed paramount god. He retracted his aura and silently blended into the darkness. Then, right after Tang Wulin disappeared, a huge eye suddenly opened in the sky. It was like the eye of God looking down on the continent of Dolua. Was it an illusion? A sound that caused the sea to churn and the earth to shake rang out. Then, the huge eye slowly closed. He disappeared from the Dolua continent. On the cliff, Tang Wulin once again made his move. Whoosh! He dodged it. He patted his chest. Damn it! If I can recover to my peak, why would I be afraid of a mere small stage dominator? Tang Wulin's face was filled with displeasure. However, he had already recovered to the level of a first-tier god. There was no one in the continent of Dolua who could threaten him now. Well, I remember that there's a competition tomorrow, and the opponent seemed to be. Tang Wulin instantly felt a headache coming on. Yuan, it's up to you tomorrow, Tang Wulin said to Yuan's left shoulder. A ball of black gas slowly appeared and turned into a cute little girl with black hair. She looked very similar to Tang Wulin. Leave it to me. I haven't played to my heart's content in a long time. She put on a very charming smile. However, it gave off the feeling of a demon's smile. Don't hurt them, Tang Wulin reminded her again. You're so annoying. I've already said it. I won't hurt them. After all, they're our wives. The little girl said with a smile. They're my wives, not yours, Tang Wulin corrected her. But you're me and I'm you. You and I are the same person, Yuan said. It feels a little weird. Tang Wulin thought to himself. Anyway, just don't hurt them. Otherwise, see how I'll deal with you, ha ha ha. What can you do to me? Yuan stuck his tongue out at him. In an instant, he disappeared from Tang Wulin's shoulder. The next day, there were a lot of people who came today. After all, they had all heard that there would be an unforgettable match today. It seemed that the Monster Academy would send out the last 2 of the 10 Heavenly Kings. Although they were ranked last, even the Dean of the Monster Academy was very afraid of them. Moreover, so far, no one knew their martial souls and strength. He didn't even know where they came from. The person who would be fighting against them was Tang Wulin, the captain of the team from the Shrek Academy a few days ago. He had 7 strange golden soul rings. In the resting area, Xiaoyuan Shaojia. You can do it. Don't lose to him. Dai Yuner shouted to Tang Xiaoyuan, who was walking to the fighting stage. The 2 goddesses waved their hands at the same time. Brother Long Yu, 4th brother, do you think Miss Xiaoyuan will win? Dai Yuner looked at Long Yu and Dai Weiyan. It's hard to say. I think it's 50-50, Long Yu said. Dai Weiyan's brows furrowed slightly. In all honesty, he really wanted Tang Wulin to win. He wanted to know just how powerful those 2 girls were. His father had told him that he had to forge a good relationship with them, and he had also warned all of his brothers not to oppose them. He really didn't know how strong they were. Even his father didn't dare to make an enemy of them. He felt that his father's words were a disgrace to the Xianra Empire. Crazy woman, how are you going to deal with my brother? Tang Xiaoyuan asked Tang Xiaojia. Humph, you're such a womanizer. You keep him busy, and I'll support you from afar. If there's no other choice, I'll support you with the 9 tribulations arrow. If it doesn't work, we'll use our soul fusion skill. My brother won't be killed by us, right? Tang Xiaoyuan was a little worried. Humph, how is that possible? Don't you know your brother's strength? Even if there are people as strong as us, they won't be able to kill this undying womanizer, let alone the 2 of us. Then, how are we going to deal with Byakuya? Humph. According to my understanding of that womanizer, he won't let Byakuya participate in the battle. He must want to fight the 2 of us alone. On Shrek's side, brother, Captain. Well, good luck. Tang Wulin and the others watched as Tang Wulin led Byakuya to the battle stage. Senior. I'm so nervous, Byakuya said nervously. She knew the strength of those 2 girls. She felt that she was no match for them when they first met. Tang Wulin patted her shoulder and didn't say anything. Byakuya suddenly froze and looked at him strangely. She felt that her senior was very strange today. There was something wrong with his aura. Byakuya, later, you will hide in one corner. Don't participate in the battle, Tang Wulin said calmly. But senior. Listen to senior. The following battle was no longer a child's play. There's a good chance you'll die. This is senior's family matter. I have to solve it myself. Tang Wulin slowly took out a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped the candy wrapper, and put it in his mouth. His eyes became unusually serious. Senior. Byakuya was stunned. On the stage, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia saw his little action and frowned slightly. Brother. He's sucking candy, Tang Xiaoyuan said in shock. Looks like he's serious. Tang Xiaojia sweated. Then, no one noticed that Tang Wulin's originally blue eyes suddenly turned black. Moreover, the corners of his mouth slightly curled into a strange smile. When Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan went on stage, Tang Wulin also went on stage to face them. To everyone's surprise, Tang Wulin was the only one on stage. Byakuya stood below the stage and looked at Tang Wulin worriedly. What was going on? Hey! Contestant number 667, hurry up and go on stage. The referee urged Byakuya. Tang Wulin glanced at the referee. I told her not to come on stage. I want to fight the two of them alone, he said very calmly. But to everyone's ears, it sounded very arrogant and domineering. In the resting area, Shrek sighed. What? Brother wants to fight the two of them alone? Tang Wulin was shocked. God! Can he really win? I heard from boss that his two girlfriends are as strong as him. Xie Sun said. Guyu looked calmly at Tang Wulin on the stage. Yuhao, what are you going to do? Can you do it? There was a trace of worry in her eyes. In the Monster Academy's side, no way. He wants to fight the two of them alone? Dayuner said in shock. Ha! How arrogant! Did he really think that he could beat them all by himself? Who does he think he is? A demigod? Su Mu said sarcastically. What would you think if you knew he was a demigod? Since he dares to fight the two of them alone, he must be confident. Dai Yueyan said. On the stage, Yuhao bit the candy in his mouth and spat it on the ground. Aren't you going to explain anything? Tang Xiaojie suddenly asked. Tang Wulin smiled. Based on my understanding of you, you won't listen to anything I say now. So what's the point of me saying it? I might as well not say it. Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan were stunned. He was right. They didn't want to listen to Tang Wulin's explanation. The simple conversation between Tang Wulin and them was very short. But in the eyes of others, it wasn't so simple. They knew each other? And it seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Let the match begin. With the referee's order, the anticipated scene of domestic violence. Ahem, ahem. Please ignore the previous one. The match that everyone was looking forward to had finally begun. What would Tang Wulin's fate be? Stay tuned for tomorrow, little Z. Cut. Narrator. What the hell are you reading? Why didn't you read according to the script? Narrator. You didn't give me the script. Little Z, Then you continue. The referee ordered, but neither side made a move. Tang Wulin's right leg remained in a backward position. His right fist seemed to be gathering some kind of power. On the other side, Tang Xiaoyuan was doing the same thing as Tang Wulin. Their pure white hair fluttered without any wind, and there seemed to be invisible auras colliding around them. Ordinary people would feel especially oppressed, and there would be an indescribable discomfort. As for soul masters, they would feel as if the soul power around them was rapidly disappearing and was gathering in one direction. Soul masters with good eyesight could see that there were different colored soul power barriers around Tang Wulin and Tang Xiaoyuan colliding with each other. Everyone could see that there was actually a spark when they collided. So powerful. Was this a showdown between two experts? Neither side seemed to be giving way to the other. Next, Tang Xiaojie also came to Tang Xiaoyuan's side and held Tang Xiaoyuan's hand. Their auras suddenly became stronger. Crack! The floor caved in from the pressure. On Tang Wulin's side, he took a small step back, but his aura became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the two girls relaxed a little. But in this moment of relaxation, Tang Wulin's aura began to erupt. Boom! Perhaps everyone was hallucinating at the same time, but they all heard the sound of an explosion. Tang Wulin's body trembled, and the two girls took a step back at the same time. The ordinary people were stunned. What's going on? What the hell happened? Some of the discerning soul masters were shocked. This was a battle between the strong. In a battle between the strong, they would choose not to lose to the other party in terms of aura. But now, Tang Wulin actually had the upper hand in a 1-on-2 situation. How could they not be shocked? Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan both looked at Tang Wulin in shock. They knew that Tang Wulin was very strong now, but they did not expect him to be able to suppress them after their combined aura. As expected of my brother. So powerful. Tang Xiaoyuan thought. Humph. So what if he's so strong? He's still a playboy. It's just that he's so strong that he's abnormally strong in front of a playboy. Tang Xiaojie thought. Tang Wulin looked at the two girls indifferently. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was stretched out in an inviting gesture. He had the demeanor of a master. Spiritual conversation, Xiaoyuan, I'll leave the melee to you, Tang Xiaojie said. Really, why am I a melee warrior and you a long-range attacker? Let's trade? Tang Xiaoyuan said. You have a long-range attack skill? Tang Xiaojie rolled his eyes at him. Okay. I'll take care of it, Tang Xiaoyuan replied. A powerful and domineering energy began to gather in Tang Xiaoyuan's hand. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. A huge dark golden hammer appeared in her hand. The hammer's head was nearly 3 meters long, and there were golden dragon patterns on its surface. The powerful aura caused the ground to cave in again. Tang Xiaoyuan carried the heavy hammer on her shoulder, and a domineering aura leaked out from her body. Be careful, she said softly. Then, she swung the hammer and rushed toward Tang Wulin. The aura she exuded was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many people. In the VIP area, Elder Kai stared at the huge hammer in shock. How is this possible? Elder Kai, do you know that hammer? Wu Zhongkong asked doubtfully. Elder Kai tried to calm herself down. 10,000 years ago, Lord Lingbing Doluohui Yuhao had 2 wives. One of his wives was the 7th monster of Shrek 7, Tang Dong. She had twin martial souls. One of them was the legendary Radiant Dragon King, and the other was the hammer of the Celestial Emperor, which was said to be able to shatter the heavens. There is a description of the hammer of the Celestial Emperor in ancient books. It is dark golden in color, and the hammer's head is 3 meters deep. There are golden dragon patterns on it, and it has a heavy and domineering aura. What? Elder Kai, are you saying that this Tang Xiaoyuan is? Wu Zhongkong was shocked. It's just a guess. Elder Kai shook her head, but the shock in her eyes couldn't be concealed. The hammer was getting closer and closer to Tang Wulin, but Tang Wulin had no intention of dodging. What the hell? Why isn't he dodging? Isn't he afraid of being smashed into a meat patty? That was what everyone was thinking. Big brother. Tang Wulin was worried. He could feel the terrifying aura. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to withstand that hammer. That hammer was enough to take his life. He wasn't the only one who had this feeling. Long Yu and everyone else had the same feeling. Even the titled Doluo had the same feeling. There was no way he could withstand that hammer. After that, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Tang Wulin merely raised his right hand to protect his chest. Boom! The hammer made contact with the ground, but Tang Wulin didn't even take a single step back. He took the hammer head-on. Everyone was stunned. Amazing! As expected of my big brother. Tang Xiaoyuan was seeing stars. Before anyone had a chance to react, a whooshing sound rang out, and several black arrow projections hurtled directly toward Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin reached out with her left hand and grabbed the arrows. Tang Xiaojie, who was holding the black bow in his hand, suddenly smirked and said, "Bang!" Tang Wulin was surprised. He saw the black arrows in his hand turning red. Then, boom! They exploded. Dust rose. Tang Xiaoyuan walked to Tang Xiaojie, still holding the hammer. "Did you hurt him?" Tang Xiaojie shook his head. "How could I hurt him so easily?" The dust settled. Tang Wulin was standing there, unharmed. Not even a speck of dust could be seen on his clothes. What a pervert! This thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. "Are you done?" Tang Wulin smiled. "Then, it's my turn." As soon as his voice trailed off, layers of golden scales began to appear all over Tang Wuling's body, and golden blood essence revolved around him. A pair of golden dragon horns appeared on his head, and his eyes also became crimson dragon eyes. A pair of massive golden dragon wings spread open on his back, and dragons might instantly erupted from his body. In the spectator stands, all of the dragon martial soul possessors were being suppressed, and even Long Yu was no exception. Aside from dragon martial soul masters, all of the other beast martial soul masters were also being suppressed, but it wasn't as severe as the dragon martial soul masters. Haha. Big brother, are you finally going to fight back? Tang Xiaoyuan smiled and held the hammer with both hands. 100 billion tons, she said softly. The next moment, the giant hammer in her hand suddenly grew bigger. Everyone gasped. They didn't know how big the hammer was, but it was huge. Tang Xiaoyuan swung the hammer and smashed it toward Tang Wuling. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the air, and much to everyone's astonishment, Tang Wuling was able to stop the descending giant hammer with his bare hands. Cracks began to appear on the ground beneath his feet, but he was still able to hold on. They didn't know how heavy the hammer was, but they could tell from Tang Wuling's trembling hands that it was very heavy. It was so heavy that it could crush many titled Dolua to death. Tang Xiaoyuan's face was filled with shock, and then he smiled. Haha. You're indeed Onisa. Tang Wuling looked speechlessly at Tang Xiaoyuan's harmless smile. It seems that I have to use that move in the resting area in the Shrek Academy. Amazing! You're really my big brother, Tang Wuling said excitedly. That hammer is very likely over 100 million tons, yet Big Brother is completely fine. How amazing! Is your brother a freak? Yi Xinglan's face was filled with shock. No, he's a freak. A real freak. In the Shrek Academy this. Dai Yueyan was speechless. He couldn't tell who was going to win. That martial soul, could it be? Long Yu was too shocked to speak. He had always thought that his martial soul was the best martial soul on the continent of Dolua, but now that he saw Tang Wuling's martial soul, he didn't think so anymore. The Golden Dragon King. That's right. It must be the Golden Dragon King. But how is that possible? The Golden Dragon King's martial soul shouldn't exist on the continent of Dolua. Who is this Tang Wuling? While Tang Wuling was holding the giant hammer, Tang Xiaojie in the distance moved. 9 arrows of different colors were knocked on his warbow and aimed at Tang Wuling. Go! The 9 arrows pierced through the air. Their target was Tang Wuling's heart. Everyone could see that Tang Wuling only had 2 choices. The first was to continue to hold on and allow the 9 arrows to strike his vitals, and the second was to immediately catch the 9 arrows. However, even if he did that, he would still be struck by the giant hammer, and this was truly forcing him into a corner. However, what happened next was that Tang Wuling's left hand was able to stop the giant hammer, while his right hand was free to unleash a punch through the air. This punch was able to distort the air around it. Was this an air cannon? Yuan and Yehue was shocked. This air cannon seemed to be even stronger than his. Tang Wuling released 9 arrows in unison, but all of them were destroyed by the sudden appearance of the air cannon. Immediately thereafter, Tang Wuling quickly rolled forward, completely evading the giant hammer that was crashing down toward her. The giant hammer crashed heavily into the ground, and the entire battle platform had already been reduced to rubble. Tang Wuling used that roll to get close to Tang Xiaoyuan. He clenched his right fist and directly punched at her. Tang Xiaoyuan hurriedly closed her eyes and stretched out her hands to block her chest. However, she didn't feel any pain after waiting for a long time. She opened her eyes subconsciously. Then, she was completely stunned. Tang Wuling's right hand slowly placed on her head and slowly touched it. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoyuan's pretty face turned red. Brother touched my head? Brother touched my head? Brother touched my head. She had a happy expression on her face. She was intoxicated by the feeling of being touched and couldn't extricate herself. Then, her eyes turned into mosquito coils, and she fell into Tang Wulin's arms with a happy face. She lost the ability to fight. A doting smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. As expected, this was the most effective way to deal with a nascent soul. Wahahaha. So, what's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Xiaoyuan had been defeated just like that with a touch of the head? Stupid teammate. Tang Xiaojie patted his face. Does a person with a brother complex like being touched by their brother so much? Tang Wulin waved his hand. His domain, world of ice and snow. It enveloped the entire battle stage, and a snowstorm began to blow around it. It was a world of ice and snow, and the people outside couldn't see the scene inside at all. World of ice and snow? Do you want this to be a favorable situation for you? Shameless guy. Do you think it's useful? Die. 9 Tribulations arrow. She was really angry. She drew the bow again, and aimed the 9 Tribulations arrow. It flew out with a whoosh. This time, the 9 Tribulations arrow seemed to be very different. It was even more powerful than the previous ones. It had a momentum that could pierce through the sky. But she seemed to have forgotten something. Oh no. Xiaoyuan was still in his hands. He would accidentally hurt her. Tang Wulin saw the 9 Tribulations arrow that suddenly ruined the atmosphere, and then looked at the happy Tang Xiaoyuan in his arms. He decided. He turned around and protected Tang Xiaoyuan in his arms. Puff! Tang Xiaoyuan was suddenly awakened. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Tang Wulin with a smile on his face. However, she felt that the smile was a little forced. Brother you, Tang Wulin smiled, and then slowly fell to the side. Now, Tang Xiaoyuan could see clearly that there were 9 arrows on his back. Ah! Brother! Are you okay? Wake up! Wake up, brother! Brother! Tang Xiaoyuan cried. Tang Xiaojie walked over and looked at Tang Wulin, who had fallen to the ground. Hey! Get up quickly! Stop pretending! I know you're fine. Tang Xiaojie said. No reaction. Tang Xiaojie was stunned. Hey! This is not fun at all. Get up quickly. Wake up quickly. She shook Tang Wulin and suddenly realized that Tang Wulin's body was especially cold. Boom. She felt suffocated. No way. Hey! You playboy, get up. Don't scare me. Tang Xiaojie squatted down and said anxiously. Still no reaction. No, how is this possible? Tang Xiaojie was scared. Little Tribulations. Why are you so cruel? Did you use the true 9 Tribulations arrow on brother? Tang Xiaoyuan hugged Tang Wulin with tears in her eyes and looked at Tang Xiaojie angrily. No. Tang Xiaojie wanted to say something. Enough. Little Tribulations. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Tang Xiaoyuan said fiercely. How is this possible? Impossible, he can't die. I didn't use the real 9 Tribulations arrow at all. He can't die. Tang Xiaojie said hurriedly. Then brother, why hasn't brother woken up yet? Tang Xiaoyuan looked at Tang Wulin in her arms. Brother, wake up quickly. Xiaoyuan knows you're joking, right? Wake up quickly, brother. This joke isn't funny at all. There was still no reaction. Big brother. Whoa, brother. Don't leave Xiaoyuan behind. Xiaoyuan knows she's wrong. Tang Xiaoyuan cried. Tang Xiaojie lay on the ground, paralyzed. The corners of her eyes began to moisten. How could? Did I really kill him? Bastard! Wake up quickly! She shouted at Tang Wulin, but there was still no reaction. Soul! Wake up quickly! I know I'm wrong. Wake up quickly! I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have acted on impulse. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I know I'm wrong. I'll change in the future, okay? Wake up quickly. You know you're wrong. If you can change, then you're a good child. A very weak voice sounded. The 2 girls were stunned. Brother bastard! I almost died. Your arrows are getting stronger and stronger. I almost lost half my life. Tang Wulin said half-jokingly. That's great. You're not dead. Tang Xiaojie immediately hugged Tang Wulin tightly. It hurts. Softer, softer. Tang Wulin struggled. I'm sorry. Tang Xiaojie let go, and Tang Wulin breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that it was really painful. That 9 tribulations arrow could be said to have seriously injured him. Cough, cough. You guys. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Byakuya is just a soul beast that I saved from pagoda. Tang Wulin lay weakly on Tang Xiaoyuan's lap. Yuhao, not bad, little Z. Little Z. Yes, there will be better ones later. Yuhao, why do I feel like there's a cold wind blowing behind me? We know we're wrong. In the future, we won't do it again. Tang Xiaoyuan patted the weak Tang Wulin's head. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie both had an expression of apology. I deliberately scared you guys. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Tang Wulin said weakly. Great. You actually lied to us. Tang Xiaojie said angrily. I didn't lie to you guys. Little tribulation, your 9 tribulations arrow did seriously injure me. Tang Wulin said. But now I'm fine. Ugh, it really hurts. Looks like I'll have to lie down for a long time. Really, I can't even move now. Tang Wulin said helplessly. Can't move at all? After the 2 girls heard this, they were slightly stunned. They looked at each other, and then the 2 girls hung a strange smile on their faces. What do you want? Tang Wulin trembled all over, and his hands subconsciously covered his chest. Nothing much, but it's not easy for Big Brother to not be able to resist. We should at least take advantage of him, right? Tang Xiaoyuan looked excited. Tang Xiaojie's expression was exactly the same as Tang Xiaoyuan's. Don't be like this. I'm injured right now. Tang Wulin did her best to make herself appear a little weak. Well, weak, you are indeed very weak. The scars on your back have already healed. Big Brother, do you really think we don't know about your recovery ability? When you are recovering from your injuries, you are at your weakest. Tang Xiaoyuan touched Tang Wulin's head and said with a smile. For some reason, Tang Wulin was a little scared now. You can't resist the Onii-chan. Where should I start? Tang Xiaoyuan touched Tang Wulin's red face and said. Then, her naughty little hand began to slowly move toward Tang Wulin's chest. She slowly unbuttoned the blue windbreaker. Wait a minute. Xiaoyuan, you can't do this. I'm your brother. Tang Wulin immediately shouted in panic, trying to stop her. How can I miss it like this? I finally got a good opportunity. How can I give it up? Tang Xiaoyuan's eyes were shining, and there was a trace of saliva in the corner of her mouth. Wait. No. Let go. Save me. Someone is going to rape the handsome boy. Onii-chan, scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Break my throat. Break my throat. Don't. Xiaoyuan, stop. You are molesting me. Tang Wulin's face was red, and he tried to resist Tang Xiaoyuan. However, he was so weak at the moment, how could he resist? Tang Xiaoyuan exerted a bit of strength and pushed him to the ground, letting out a squeak. Tang Xiaoyuan grabbed Tang Wulin's hands with one hand, and slowly unbuttoned Tang Wulin's clothes with the other hand. Onii-chan, don't resist. Xiaoyuan will love Onii-chan. Tang Xiaoyuan looked infatuated, and there was still a trace of saliva in the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Tang Xiaojie was sweating profusely. Is this the horror of a brother complex? And it's such a serious brother complex, and it's the active party. It's really scary. Compared to her, what am I? I just treat him as prey. She didn't know that in Tang Xiaoyuan's eyes, Tang Wulin was like a god, but so what? It still couldn't change her terrible brother complex. Tang Xiaoyuan had been coveting her brother for a long time. A long time ago, she had developed thousands of methods to push her brother down, but almost every one of them ended in failure. After failure, she began to modify these methods and tried again and again, but she still didn't succeed. Tang Wulin's clothes had been unbuttoned, and his white and seductive chest was revealed. Tang Xiaoyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So good. Oni-chan will be mine soon. She looked back at Tang Xiaojie again. Turn around. This is an auspicious day for me and my brother. Hurry up and turn around. Why? Also, why are you so sure that he's yours now? Tang Xiaojie suddenly drew the bowstring, and the 9 tribulations arrow appeared again. It was aimed at Tang Xiaoyuan. Tang Xiaoyuan frowned slightly and slowly let go of Tang Wulin. She stood up and looked at Tang Xiaojie. Get away from him. My savior. Yo Jie does, Tang Wulin said with tears streaming down his face. Why? Why is there always someone who ruins my plans? Why? Those who want to stop me from being with my brother can go to hell. 2 battle axes suddenly appeared in her hands. Tang Xiaoyuan angered Tang Wulin because she wanted to monopolize Tang Xiaojie. Then, the 2 women strangely had an internal conflict. Clang. 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 Tang Xiaoyuan waved her battle axes and scattered all the 9 tribulations arrows that were shot at her. Little tribulations. You're a coward. Come fight me in close combat if you have the guts. She shouted at Tang Xiaojie in the distance with disdain. She stomped on the ground with her right foot and rushed straight at Tang Xiaojie. She raised her axe and swung it down. The axe contained an astonishing destructive power. Do you think I'm stupid? Tang Xiaojie jumped and directly dodged Tang Xiaoyuan's charge. Boom! 2 hideous cracks were left on the ground, and a trace of the destructive power still remained. I'm a long-range attacker, and you want me to fight you in close combat? Do you think that's possible? Tang Xiaojie said disdainfully. Ha ha ha. You don't dare to fight me in close combat, do you? What a coward. Tang Xiaoyuan sneered. Tang Xiaojie suddenly frowned. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As she spoke, she actually began to split her battle bow into 2 parts from the middle. Then, the 2 parts of the bow turned into 2 blades. That's more like it. Tang Xiaoyuan's lips curled up. The 2 battle axes collided with each other, and sparks flew. You're indeed my greatest enemy. As long as I defeat you, no one can stop me and my brother anymore. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Tang Xiaojie suddenly appeared behind her and slashed her blade directly at her neck. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly swung her battle axe and made a 360-degree rotation. Rip! A corner of Tang Xiaojie's clothes was cut off. Fortunately, she reacted quickly at that time. Otherwise, it would have been very unpleasant to be cut. Meanwhile, Tang Wuling, who had been completely ignored, had already recovered from her injuries. She simply lay there with her right hand supporting her head as she watched the battle between the 2 women. The only thing missing was the popcorn. Come on, come on! Hey, Xiaoyuan! No, you can't do that. You'll fall into a trap. And you, Shao Jie, you know that Xiaoyuan's close combat skills are better than yours, but you still dare to fight with her. Aren't you stupid? Hey, what's going on? Why did you fall into a trap again? Xiaoyuan, when did you become stupid? Shut up! The 2 girls shouted angrily at Tang Wulin at the same time. Tang Wulin covered his mouth. The 2 girls looked at each other again. Let's continue. In the beginning, they fought with weapons. In the end, the 2 girls actually threw away their weapons and started to fight with their bare hand. In Tang Wulin's words, they were fighting to the death. Wow, this is a woman's battle. Tang Wulin took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Come on. Continue. Don't stop. Left hook. Right hook. Yes. Kick with your feet. Pinch her. Beat her. Shut up. The 2 girls shouted at Tang Wulin again. Tang Wulin covered his mouth again. What the hell? Have they always been like this? The two girls looked at each other again. Let's continue. They didn't know how long had passed, but it wasn't very long. The two girls fell to the ground, exhausted. They couldn't stop panting and sweating. So, you two fought for so long, but in the end, both of you still suffered. Tang Wulin bit the lollipop and spat it out. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He slowly got up. You! The two girls looked at him in shock. Because at this time, Tang Wulin's body had already recovered. But this wasn't the point. The point was that it was black. His hair had turned black. Even his eyes had turned black. You wanted to *CK me before. Now both of you are injured. Tang Wulin had a very charming smile on his face. You are. Their pupils shrank. When they heard the word me, just now, they were very shocked. Tang Wulin slowly walked to the two girls. He lifted their chins and made them look at him. You two. Do you still remember me? The two girls were reflected in his dark eyes. Yuan. Tang Xiaoyuan was shocked. Oh my. Xiaoyuan is so smart. You immediately guessed my identity, Yuan said as she withdrew her hand. How could it be you? Tang Xiaojie wanted to get up, but his body was too weak to move. It has always been me. From the beginning of the battle, it has always been me, Yuan said with a smile. You've fallen into my trap since the beginning of this battle. I've used my domain to deliberately lose to you. Then, Originator will definitely take action against me, but Calamity, you will definitely have a big battle with her. I know your strength very well. You're definitely on par with each other. And I can recover from my injuries while you're fighting among yourselves. Now you're in a weakened state. Scheming bitch, what do you want to do? Tang Xiaojie said coldly. What did you do to my brother? Tang Xiaoyuan asked. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to him. I gave up on devouring him long ago. Now I can live and die with him. Not bad. I can still. Yuan didn't continue. There was something in her eyes. She could still be with him forever, but that's not the point. The point is, I won. Yuan put her hands on her waist and looked at the two girls condescendingly. The two girls wanted to stand up, but was it possible? They had no strength at all. Why did you take over my brother's body? Get out of my brother's body! Tang Xiaoyuan shouted. Xiaoyuan, you should know what kind of relationship I have with your brother, right? Your brother is me, and I am your brother. Although technically I should be your older sister. But forget about our relationship. It doesn't matter anymore. Next, Yuan slowly took out a colorful flute. Brothers, that bastard's flute? Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie exclaimed at the same time. Have a quiet sleep. The melodious sound of the flute sounded. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie slowly closed their eyes. Yuan put away the flute with dancing spirit and said indifferently, It's done. Thank you. A young man's voice sounded. Wasn't it Tang Wulin's voice? It was really dangerous to help you. I'm really sorry. I almost took over your body. Yuan said. No need to apologize. I know this is your trick. Don't blame yourself. Yuan's face turned red. It's good that you don't blame me. Swish. Yuan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils were blue, and his hair had turned white again. He looked at the two girls sleeping soundly on the ground. It's been hard on you too. Tang Wulin patted Tang Xiaoyuan's head. Guys, I really didn't do it on purpose. Okay, I admit it. I did it on purpose, hoo. Oni-chan. Ho. It's mine. Hee. Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly said in her sleep. She had a smile on her face, and there was a trace of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Bastard. You can only. You're my prey. Don't run. Be good. Ho. Tang Xiaojie also said in his sleep. They curled up their bodies. Tang Wulin was stunned. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile and carried the two girls in his arms. Don't doubt Yuhao's strength. As I said before, Yuhao's strength was limitless. The world of ice and snow around them gradually disappeared. The audience outside finally saw the three people they had been waiting to see in the past 3 minutes. Why is it only 3 minutes? Yuhao's world of ice and snow has a passive effect. Time passes very slowly in the world of ice and snow. Wait. Why is Tang Wulin carrying the two unconscious girls? Furthermore, their clothes were a little disheveled, and even Tang Wulin was a little disheveled. What on earth had happened? Hey! I won, Tang Wulin said indifferently to the referee. Then, without waiting for the referee's announcement, he disappeared in front of the audience. So Tang Wulin won? The audience was confused. Shrek sighed, hee hee. Hey, what do you think Big Brother did with the two girls in the world of ice and snow? Xie Sun said with a playful smile. Wretched. Yuan and Yehue said coldly. I agree. Tang Wulin nodded. The others nodded. Monster Academy, this. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Tang Wulin won? Not only did he win, but he also took away the two strongest students of Monster Academy. No. How could this happen? They had to be saved. In Tang Wulin's room, Tang Xiyuan and Tang Xiaojie were sleeping soundly on Tang Wulin's bed. A faint smile hung on the corners of the two women's lips. Lullaby plus sweet dreams. I wish you a good night's sleep. Sweet dreams. Tang Wulin smiled and kissed the two girls on their foreheads. Then, he slowly walked out of the room. After Tang Wulin left, the two girls actually started talking in their sleep again. Oni-chan. Gentle. I can't do it there. For Tang Xiaoyuan, who has a strong brother complex, this is a sweet dream. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it, hey. Be gentle. You're hurting me. For Tang Xiaojie, who is obsessed with Tang Wulin, this is also a sweet dream. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. In the lounge area. At this time, Tang Wulin was surrounded by Shrek and the others. So what do you want? Tang Wulin asked. He looked at the questioning expressions on everyone's faces. Tell me, big brother, what did you do to the two goddesses? Xie Sun gave Tang Wulin a knowing look. What did I do? I coaxed them to sleep, of course. Tang Wulin rolled his eyes. With his experience, of course, he knew the deep meaning of Xie Sun's words. He could only despise Xie Sun. You're so dirty. I didn't do anything to them. Don't think too much, Tang Wulin said. Then, he looked at Yu Zhengyu. Zhengyu, you have a competition today, right? Your opponent is... It's Long Yu, Yu Zhengyu said. Tang Wulin frowned. Zhengyu, I advise you to admit defeat. You're no match for him. Yu Zhengyu shook his head. I know I'm no match for him, but... The Holy Angel clan doesn't have an angel who will back down and admit defeat. I can't admit defeat. This is the glory of my clan and my dignity. At the same time, isn't this also the glory of our Shrek clan? Don't King pretend. Tell me, is your life more important or the glory of your clan more important? The glory of my clan, Yu Zhengyu said very seriously. Tang Wulin was slightly stunned. Then, he curled his lip. The Holy Angel clan is really old-fashioned. If you want to die, go ahead. Tang Wulin took a bucket of popcorn and went back to his seat. I know I can't beat Long Yu, but at least I can test his strength. Yu Zhengyu walked up to the stage. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face as she looked at him. Are all people with the Holy Angel martial soul like this? Yi Gai, Yu Zhengen, and Yu Zhengyu are all holy angels. At that moment, he felt a gaze that was trying to see through him. He glanced at the rostrum and saw an old man in a white robe sitting next to Dai Tianling. The old man's face was old and unsophisticated, and his body was thin and slender. His long white hair was draped over his shoulders, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. The old man's name was Grace. He was the current president of Monster Academy, a powerful figure in the Xianra Empire. He was also known as the most powerful soul master in the Xianra Empire, Dolua's Grace. He had come here today because he knew that those two girls had been defeated. Furthermore, they had been defeated by a young man from Shrek's exchange team, who was about the same age as them. He was interested in this young man, so he wanted to come and take a look. However, when he arrived, he learned that the two girls had been taken away by the young man. He was shocked. He decided to stay and wait for the young man to show up again. He wanted to meet him personally and also watch his favorite disciple, Long Yu, compete. At this moment, his eyes just so happened to meet Tang Wuling's eyes, and he was just about to see through her, but in the next instant, he suddenly discovered that it was as if his spiritual power had fallen into a boundless starry sky. He even had the illusion that he was not looking at a person, but the boundless universe. He hurriedly retracted his spiritual power and gasped for breath. His eyes were filled with shock. "You think you can see through me? You're just a pinnacle rank 98 Super Dolua? You're 20,000 years too young. Don't complain. Just know it in your heart." The young man's voice echoed in his alarm. This young man. Who is he? He was shocked. "What's wrong, teacher? Is something wrong?" Dai Tianling asked. "No, it's nothing." Grace shook her head. 3, 2, 1. Begin. With the referee's shout, the clash between the two academies began. This was Long Yu's first time facing an opponent from Shrek Academy. As soon as the referee said begin, Yu Zhengyu suddenly took a step forward. Long Yu raised his eyebrows, and the way he looked at Yu Zhengyu changed. Yu Zhengyu's entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. A layer of golden halo appeared on the surface of his body, and a strong divine aura rose with it. His face seemed to have turned pale gold, and his eyes were burning with golden flames. His aura rose exponentially, and the pale gold color began to turn into a rich gold color. Like a flame, it turned into flames that rose around his body. A serious look appeared in Long Yu's eyes. The students of Shrek Academy were indeed extraordinary. Long Yu also took a step forward. As soon as Long Yu took a step forward, the competition stage, which was already filled with divine aura, suddenly underwent a drastic change. Boom! The entire stage trembled violently, and then it was as if the entire world were shaking. In Yu Zhengyu's eyes, it was as if a towering mountain had appeared in front of him. This mountain was falling in his direction, and the immense pressure caused the golden flames around his body to fluctuate violently. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. For soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. It seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth, and only then did he stabilize himself and prevent himself from falling back. How terrifying! As expected of the Mountain Dragon King, Long Yu thought. In the face of such a powerful opponent, he could no longer hide his strength. He put on his one-word battle armor. Long Yu was shocked to see his opponent wearing a suit of one-word battle armor. The audience was also stunned. His battle armor had appeared directly from his body. What did this mean? It was a suit of one-word battle armor made of spirit alloy. With the enhancements of his suit of battle armor, Yu Zhengyu's aura soared in a frenzy, and the pressure in front of him was forcibly swept aside like a tidal wave. He flapped his wings vigorously, and his body shot forth like a golden arrow, reaching Long Yu in the next instant. Long Yu's eyes were still filled with shock. In the face of Yu Zhengyu's attack, he raised his right hand. Clang! Flames swirled and engulfed Long Yu's entire body in an instant. However, the holy sword that descended from the sky was caught in his right hand. Yu Zhengyu felt as if he had struck a mountain of metal, and he couldn't get any closer. Although the divine light he released enveloped Long Yu's body seemed to have an astonishing density. No matter how he urged, the divine light was unable to penetrate his body. The next moment, Long Yu's body flashed, and his body instantly became illusory as he retreated. When he steadied himself, his aura began to soar, and his appearance began to change. He looked up to the sky and roared. Long Yu's body was already extremely burly, and in the blink of an eye, he had swelled to over 5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in a layer of huge brown scales. These brown scales were round in shape, and each one was extremely large. The scales were like 2 spheres that protruded outwards. A long tail was dragged behind him. His terrifying muscles and broad shoulders were visible. He looked even more terrifying than Yuan and Yehue in his demon titan form. More importantly, Yu Zhengyu saw his soul rings. This was the first time Long Yu had released his soul rings in this competition. Purple, 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 black, black, black. A 6-ringed soul emperor. His soul ring combination was beyond matching. Apart from Tang Wulin and Byakuya, Shrek's entire audience gasped. Although they had already learned from Tang Wulin that he was a 6-ringed soul emperor, they hadn't expected him to be so powerful. The fact that he was able to participate in this competition proved that he was less than 20 years old. Even in Shrek, there were almost no soul emperors under 20 years old. Wait a minute. They seemed to have forgotten about Tang Wulin and Byakuya. On the Monster Academy's side, amazing! He actually forced Brother Long Yu to release his martial soul. Dai Yuner exclaimed. But he has already lost, Dai Yuan said coolly. On the Shrek side, his martial soul really is the Mountain Dragon King, Gu Yu exclaimed in shock. However, there was something strange in her heart. Judging from his aura, his Mountain Dragon King martial soul seemed a little impure, as if there were some flaws. She could tell that his martial soul had undergone a second awakening, which meant that Long Yu's martial soul was only a subspecies of dragon. Tang Wulin's expression became serious. He could feel the Golden Dragon King blood in his body becoming restless. It was the kind of restlessness that made him want to fight. Under normal circumstances, when 2 dragons met, there were only 2 possibilities. First, 1 male and 1 female would reproduce. Secondly, either you die or I die. Tang Wulin clearly felt that it was the second possibility. Tang Wulin tossed the half-eaten popcorn to the side, stood up, and turned around to leave. She slowly said, "The match has already been decided. Hurry up and save him." 1 punch. Just 1 punch, and Yu Zhengyu was sent crashing into the barrier. A hint of madness flashed through Long Yu's eyes. He took a step forward with his left foot, as if to do something, but in the end, he forcibly restrained himself. Tang Wulin broke 8 of Hualantang's ribs, Long Yu said coldly. "Today I will break 8 of your ribs. That's it." With that, he turned around and walked toward the other side of the arena. "Hey! Stop right there." A very calm voice was heard. Long Yu turned around coldly, but when he saw the person who called him, his whole body trembled. Tang Wulin. Yes, it was Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin slowly came in front of Long Yu. Boom! Long Yu was instantly sent flying, crashing through the barrier and hitting the wall. Long Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Wulin clapped his hands and said indifferently, "You broke 8 of my teammates' ribs, so I broke 12 of yours. We're even." With that, he carried the seriously injured Yu Zhengyu down the arena and was about to leave. "Wait. You violated the rules of the competition. The rules of the competition state that no one is allowed to harm others after the competition," the referee said sternly. Tang Wulin turned his head, lifted his right foot, and stomped slightly. Boom! In an instant, everyone felt as if they had just experienced a magnitude 6 earthquake. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you," Tang Wulin said indifferently, picking his ear. Silence, no one dared to make a sound. Even the referee kept his mouth shut. They all looked at this short teenager who was not even 16 years old with fear. He was actually so terrifying. Dai Yuner's face was filled with infatuation. Tang Wulin was so strong. Tang Wulin's face was filled with worship. Big Brother was so strong. In the face of absolute strength, rules and whatnot are all useless. Tang Wulin didn't forget to provoke them before leaving. He carried the seriously injured Yu Zhengyu down the arena. On this day, the people of the Xianra Empire thoroughly felt what it meant to be humiliated. Looking at the unconscious Yu Zhengyu on Tang Wulin's back, there was a trace of scarlet in Tang Wulin's eyes. Xie Sun stood beside Yu Zhengyu, his fists clenched. Yi Xinglan raised her head and looked at the frenzied audience. Her eyes flashed coldly. Yuan and Yehui's lips were tightly pursed. His usual honest smile was gone, replaced by a gloomy expression on his chubby face. Gu Yu and Byakuya were the calmest of the two, but Gu Yu's eyes were filled with something. Byakuya, on the other hand, was completely calm. Byakuya, can you see anything? Gu Yu suddenly asked Byakuya through telepathy. Senior Silver Dragon King, I can only speculate that Long Yu must have obtained the Mountain Dragon King's inheritance somewhere. However, you and I both discovered that his martial soul isn't a pure beast martial soul. Instead, it's more like a domain martial soul. It's very likely that he obtained the Mountain Dragon King's dragon core. If my guess is correct, that place should be one of the dragon's burial grounds, Byakuya said. Amen, thank you, Gu Yu said. No need to thank me. After all, you and I are both beasts. Back in the hotel, Tang Wulin gathered everyone. You've all seen how strong Long Yu is. Don't look at me and don't rely on me. This is your glory and you must protect it yourselves. So what if the enemy is strong? Shrek's students excel at creating miracles. 20,000 years ago, Poseidon Tang San fought against over 100 people from the Martial Soul Palace in order to save his wife, Xiao Wu, from the Martial Soul Palace in the Great Star Do Forest. At the time, he was only rank 60. 10,000 years ago, when Lingbing Doluo was the sole emperor, he fought against over 100 geniuses from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Back then, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy couldn't even raise their heads. Tell me which one of them isn't good at creating miracles. Captain is right. We are Shrek students. We can't embarrass our academy. We must win. So what if we can't beat them one-on-one? We'll accept their challenge in the team battle. Everyone regained their confidence. All the major media outlets in the Xianra Empire scrambled to report the news, and all the negative comments were swept away. The Monster Academy's reputation was raised to the peak. Long Yu's Mountain Dragon King martial soul was not a beast martial soul, but a domain-type martial soul. Various experts in the Xingluo continent's world of soul masters conducted a series of analysis, and Long Yu was originally hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Now, his reputation was raised to the extreme, and he was hailed as the most likely person to become a god in the future. After all, he was only 20 years old this year. On the street, Tang Wulin was reading the report in the newspaper. Long Yu, the most likely person to become a god in the future. Then, the front page showed Long Yu releasing his martial soul. The news of Long Yu being punched away by Shrek was suppressed. Now, the ignorant people outside were discussing how Long Yu had beaten up Shrek so badly that he couldn't fight back. The most likely person to become a god? Just him? Even if he became a god, he would be the scum of the gods. Tang Wulin crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. He glanced indifferently at a dark corner behind him. Come out. An old man in a white robe slowly walked out of the darkness, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible. Even an ordinary ultimate Doluo couldn't have found me so quickly. How did you find me? Wasn't this old man NCI? What are you doing here? Tang Wulin said indifferently. I don't know who you are, but I have to warn you. Don't underestimate the Xingluo continent, Grace said seriously. Release the 2 trump cards of the Monster Academy. Then he told Tang Wulin his purpose. Release them? That's impossible. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin disdainfully. Grace frowned, and the energy around him suddenly rose. But then he suddenly realized that his soul power seemed to be frozen. He felt cold all over. Interesting martial soul. Martial souls of the realm are rare. I didn't expect you to be one of them, Tang Wulin said indifferently. Grace took 3 steps back in shock, and looked at Tang Wulin with great fear. Who are you? Who am I? Ha ha. Tang Wulin's appearance slowly changed. His hair turned blue, and his face turned into another beautiful face. However, this face frightened Grace, the principal of the Monster Academy. You? No. This is impossible. Grace's eyes were filled with shock. Don't you want to know who I am? I've already told you. I'm Yuhao. No. How is this possible? Ancestor Yuhao has already. Grace staggered back a step. Ascended to the realm of the gods, right? What? Can't I come down and have some fun? It's not good to always stay in the realm of the gods. I'd rather live a carefree life like Xiaoyao. But the realm of the gods is already. Forget it, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Tang Wulin leaned against the wall and ignored him. Are you really Ancestor Yuhao? Please forgive me for offending you, Ancestor. Please forgive me, Ancestor. Grace said respectfully as she knelt on the ground. Tang Wulin glanced at him. This old man sure changed his attitude quickly. Ancestor. I didn't know you were here. Tang Wulin waved a hand. No need for pleasantries. Let me ask you, did Long Yu's Mountain Dragon King inheritance come from the Dragon Valley? Well, Grace hesitated. Is it true or not? Tang Wulin asked. Grace hurriedly replied, yes. Ancestors, Long Yu's martial soul used to be an earth dragon, but ever since he came out of the Dragon Valley, his martial soul has. That's right, Long Yu's martial soul became the Mountain Dragon King. Humph, what an idiot. Does he really think that the Mountain Dragon King inheritance is that easy to refine? The more he cultivates, the more he'll discover that the Mountain Dragon King inheritance is not that easy to refine. Tang Wulin said in a cold voice. Ancestor. You mean? Grace faltered slightly upon hearing this. After becoming a soul sage, Long Yu will become more and more dangerous. If he's not careful, he could die, Tang Wulin said in a cold voice. Ancestor, please save Long Yu. Grace pleaded. Long Yu is the future of the Xingluo continent. Nothing can happen to him. Besides, he's not a bad person. Enough. Do you think I can't see that? You're right, he's not a bad person. Tang Wulin's brows furrowed slightly. I just don't like him. He has to solve his own problems. I'm not going to help him. If he can't even solve something like this, then he can forget about Doloa. Also, I can see that he seems to be interested in that Dai Yuner, so you'd better stop him. Remember, don't tell anyone that I'm back. Tang Wulin turned and left. Wait, Ancestor. Before he had a chance to finish, Tang Wulin had already disappeared down the street. Who would have thought that I would be able to see such a legendary figure in my lifetime? Within Tang Wulin's room, as soon as Tang Wulin opened the door and closed the door, she was pressed against the wall by 2 young women who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pinned her down. Oni-chan, you're finally willing to come back? A resigned look appeared on Tang Wulin's face. Get off of me. Ha ha. No. Xiao Jie and I have already discussed it. The moment you come back, we'll take action immediately. Tang Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Action? Anything. Before Tang Wulin could finish his words, Xiaoyuan suddenly covered his mouth. Xiaoyuan's tongue successfully penetrated his mouth. Tang Wulin's brain suddenly stopped working. I'm being pushed down again. Why is it again? After a minute, Tang Xiaoyuan reluctantly separated from him. Xiao Jie, it's your turn. We agreed that we'll kiss for 1 minute each. Well, we agreed, Tang Xiaojie said with a smile. Ah! Xiao Jie, you're cheating. It's been 3 minutes. Get off of me. You're so annoying. I'm having fun. Tang Xiaojie grabbed Tang Wulin and instantly disappeared from the room. Das, take me with you. Tang Wulin cried for help. Bastard! Don't run. Give me back my brother. Don't be afraid, brother. Xiaoyuan is here to save you. After saying that, Tang Xiaoyuan also disappeared. Then, the three of them had a duel in the wild. It was said that the battle lasted for a day and a night. The next day, Tang Wulin's clothes were torn and lying in the wild. Sharp arrows were stuck in all directions, and there were also traces of axe slashes. Who was the murderer? At this time, Tang Wulin's ragged clothes was lying there, and not far from him, two young women were constantly panting. Xiaoyuan, you can't beat me, just admit defeat, Tang Xiaojie said while panting. Admit defeat? Can you teach me how to write that word? Tang Xiaoyuan was also panting. Our strength is almost the same. The difference is that one of us is a close-range fighter and the other is a long-range fighter. Neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we put away our weapons and have a talk? Tang Xiaojie said. I won't believe you again. You're a big liar. Tang Xiaoyuan swung her axe and slashed fiercely, but she didn't hit him at all. There was no other way. She had been maintaining a certain distance, so he couldn't do anything to her. It was also right at this moment that Tang Wuling slowly woke up. He got up, patted his body, and took out a new set of clothes to change into. You two, that's enough, Tang Wuling said. Shut up. The two women said to him at the same time. You don't even listen to me anymore? I said, you two, that's enough. Tang Wuling said coldly. The two women were stunned. They put away their weapons and stood there obediently. Humph. You two are really something. You treat me like this, and you, Xiaoyuan. I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time. Do you really think your brother is easy to bully? What are you laughing at? You're not any better. All you do is shoot arrows all day. If you like archery so much, you can compete with Ho-E in shooting the sun. I'll think about it. Tang Xiaojie nodded. Go away. Tang Wulin patted her. Tang Xiaojie pursed her lips. Ahem. Now you have two choices. First, you two continue to stay in the Xianra Empire. Second, Tang Wulin coughed and said. However, before he could finish his words, that's enough. We'll go back with you, the two women said. Tang Wulin was slightly stunned. Very good. Welcome home, both of you. He gave the two women a big hug. The two women were stunned for a moment, but they didn't push him away. I don't have any matches for the next few days. I'll play with you for a few days, Tang Wulin said. Okay. We can play anywhere. 10 days later, boom. One-on-one elimination round, Shrek Academy wins, boom. One-on-one elimination round, Shrek Academy wins, boom. 2-on-2 elimination round, Shrek Academy wins, boom. One-on-one elimination round, Shrek Academy wins. Shrek had already won 4 matches in the dark. A young man and 2 young women were watching Tang Wulin, who had defeated Dai Yuner. Tang Wulin looked at Dai Yuner after her defeat. It seems that her confidence has been defeated. She has such a powerful martial soul, but this girl doesn't know how to use it at all. What's the use of it? Tang Wulin said. Hey! Aren't you going to congratulate him? Wulin has won the match. You need to congratulate him. A white-haired young woman said to the white-haired young man standing in the middle. No need. How old is he? Besides, shouldn't you be the one to congratulate him? My Wudong? The white-haired young man said with a faint smile. Humph. But he only recognizes you as his fake brother? Even I, his real sister, am not as important as you, the white-haired young woman said, pursing her lips. Ha! Why are you so angry? Congratulations and what not? They should have waited until he won the championship before congratulating him, the white-haired young man said as he patted her. The black-haired young woman who had been standing silently at the side finally spoke. Your match should be starting soon, right? Yes. There's still 1 day left, but it doesn't matter. No matter who his opponent is, he just needs to use some strength, Tang Wulin said casually. Monster Academy fourth brother. I lost to his younger brother. I didn't expect his younger brother to be so strong. Dai Yuner lowered her head and said. What you lack is fighting experience, Dai Yuan said. That Tang Wulin is quite smart, fourth brother. I remember that tomorrow you. Dai Yuner suddenly raised her head and said. Yes. I'm going to compete with him, with Tang Wulin. The next match is also the highlight of today's match. Tang Wulin from Shrek Academy will fight against Dai Yuan from Monster Academy. Fong Er's voice was obviously a little high, indicating that she was not calm at all. She couldn't help but look at Dai Yuan. Her hands were clenched into fists on her knees. She had to defeat him. Although it was impossible, she believed that there would always be a sliver of a chance. Child, he won't stand a chance. She didn't know whether she was hallucinating or not, but she heard Tang Wulin's voice echoing in her head. What's going on? Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness! The audience cheered like a tsunami. Dai Yuan, who had just stood up in the waiting area, felt his blood rushing to his head. Even if he lost, he would lose fair and square. Tang Wulin looked at the people from the Xianra Empire, who were cheering for Dai Yuan, and then at Dai Yuan, who was enjoying the cheers. He shook his head. If they knew my real identity, they would probably cheer even louder for me. On the VIP stand, Grace looked at Tang Wulin excitedly. This senior is coming. Dai Yuan is so lucky to be able to fight against this senior. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.